So last time, Raine, Tilda, and Byrn went into a cave. It wasn't a very nice cave. After Raine spotting a few traps, she failed to notice the patrol of kobolds coming towards them. One escaped, alerting, screaming like a chicken. Well, chickens with their heads cut off don't scream. Like a crazy person running inside the cave, alerting everybody inside. And of course, as you know, big stream of kobolds. Give or take 20, couple fire beetles came out. Battle ensued. And then a very large manticore rolled up. Hey! Speak of the devil.
There she is.
She's not a
Hi!
manticore.
Hey.
Is it raining up there? Oh, okay. That's cool.
Oh, come on. Personal hygiene doesn't matter when there's D&D on the line.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you guys are getting a wicked storm down there, Sam. Oh, tornadoes.
Typical Texas.
Yeah, let us. You don't even have to let us know. Just go if you get a warning or something. Yeah, okay. Do you know what shiny new item that you have acquired? You must have. Have you? Did somebody tell her?
Ring of animal handling.
Animal
Yeah.
influence, and I can tell you
Yeah.
exactly what that entails. So I am at the ring portion of the book. And you can write down the following spells that you can cast once per day. Animal influence. You can cast. This ring has 3 charges. It regains 1d expended charges at dawn. So 1d3 expended charges. So roll d6 at dawn if you use your charges. While wearing this ring, you can cast an action to expend one of its charges to cast one of the following spells. I will give you DCs as well. Animal Friendship, DC 13 save. Fear, DC 13 save, targeting only beasts of intelligence 3 or lower. And Speak with Animals.
Awesome. You have to type that to me.
I will type that. Actually, ring of animal influence. Somebody has to have it. Oh, fuck you. There we go. It has been typed. Or that works too. Or that works too. Just copy paste one of those things. Somebody has it down on their campaign who is more responsible than me in keeping this shit together. Okay, so last time, Raine, Tilda, Byrn went into a cave full of kobolds. Andri, Talga had a wicked bad hangover. Stayed in the cart. Andri decided to stay with Pie. The other 3 went into the cave. Kobolds, nothing. It's cool. Everything's cool. Raine went into the cave, found a couple traps, was sneaking along, thought she was hidden pretty well, until wasn't as sneaky as she thought. Looked ahead of her, met some eyes with some kobolds. They were able to kill one of them, and the other one went into the cave, raising hell. Everyone, all the kobolds, plus some fire beetles, started pouring out. And then the big surprise was a roar at the end of the cave, which turned out to come from a manticore. Huge beast with spikes, head like a person, body like a lion, giant dragon-like wings, and proceeded to kick the shit out of them. They retreated, causing, also injuring the manticore, burning a hole in one of its wings, and it was forced to glide back towards the cave. You guys went back to town, told the town and Mary Varis what you had seen. Currently, the town is in a state of heightened alert. Guards have more guards, more militia have been posted along the walls just in case for an imminent kobold slash manticore invasion. Mayor Varis, not knowing about the manticore beforehand, um, offered to greatly increase the reward if the group decided to go back to said kobold lair and wipe everything out, and also gave a couple new magical items for each person in the party for them to have. Looking at my notes here, Raine got the gloves of thievery. Byrn got the dust of disappearance. Tilda got a pearl powder. Andrew got the ring of animal influence, and Talga got the gauntlets of ogre strength. And you guys are currently did you at this point you were on your way out of Mayor Varys's house. Mayor Varys during the time that you guys are going to plan has told you that he will get a group of volunteers to go with you to the cave next time. You are out of the house. It is not too late. Probably, well, it's late. It's late in the evening, but it's still around probably 11 o'clock at this point after you guys got back from your initial excursion. Any questions?
When did the mayor say that we would have he would have enough people gathered to come back with us? It was going to be like a day, or
It'll probably take a day. He wanted to get volunteers. Since he knows most of his troops he's familiar with all his troops, talks with them. But like talking to you, it seemed he was confident that he would be able to get a few volunteers out of the group.
At this point, I'm not completely sure how long it's been. When did Blind Lady and Half-Orc Chick say they would be coming back through town?
Axe and Serena.
Yeah, X and
you.
Serena. They had said maybe a couple of days, since they had a contract of their own to complete. So they should be back if, best case scenario, they might be back tomorrow if the job was easy. If the job was a little harder, it might take them an extra day or two. You don't really know the nature of their job, so
Okay.
it could have been an easy, go steal something, or it could have been a small, undercover spy type of mission, but you weren't sure.
Well, if their missions go anything like our missions, then they're going to be another 5 days before they show up again.
Probably wounded.
Exactly. Precisely.
Maybe
I
both
got
blind.
books.
They
I got
would have a
books
baby
from-
manticore, too.
Yeah, I got books from Varis, right, about
Manticores? Yep.
Yeah.
Was there anything particular you were looking for healing time for manticores, pretty much?
Just want to learn what I can. I haven't cracked open the books yet because I assume we're walking somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Can't hear the storm.
Yeah, we can't hear it. You're good.
And but yeah, when I'm looking through, I'm going to be looking for weaknesses or strengths or regenerative healing power, or healing powers in any capacity.
Okay. That's totally cool. So when you get back to the
We also
inn,
want to look if they mention social structure, if they normally are solitary or not.
okay, that's totally
That's fair.
cool.
So
all right.
If
So
there's two
I
of
still
us,
have to
then-
ask if you can have the books.
True.
Yeah.
I'm just rolling some stuff. Hold on. That's, okay. Alright, so when you guys get back to the inn, it is rather quiet. Well, it's closing time for this particular inn. You guessed it just that this is mostly a farming community, so most of the people who are at the inn are a couple people who are a little too drunk. There is a woman currently behind the bar, a human woman with blonde hair and a plain cotton dress, just cleaning mugs. It looks like the night rush is over and things are settling down. Did you guys want to retire to your rooms? Did you guys want to stay in the tavern, talk it over at a table, talk it over like in one of your rooms? What do you want to do? I know that Tilda wants to, of course. I know that Tilda wants to look through her books for particular things relating to manticores, but what are the
Yeah.
rest of you guys are doing?
But I can do that down in the tavern, or I can do it up in my room.
Mhm.
So
Well, Bryn kind of looks at everyone. She's like, well, I'm going to need a very stiff drink. Did you guys want to join me for a drink before we retire for the evening?
Yes.
I feel like
Is
I
that
just worked
wise?
off my hangover.
You don't
Is
get
that
any alcohol.
wise
You are
to,
cut off for at least 36 hours. We almost died because of
Precisely.
you.
That is unreasonable.
Nothing with an alcohol percentage higher than 5.
How about no alcohol for the dwarf?
I'm pretty sure the cumulative hangover is gonna kill me.
At this point, another woman comes out of the kitchen. Raven hair, a little, petite, probably 4 or 11. Walks over.
Tiny.
Yep, very very tiny woman. Walks over, but not not dwarven, just a very short human. Um, a little older than probably around middle age. She comes up and she's like, "Well, late night owls, the lot of you. My name is Steph. I will be your waitress. Is there anything I can get for you, ladies?"
Can I get some whiskey?
Yeah.
And I think just whiskey.
Whiskey? Yeah, okay. We have some lovely Robur Fire brand whiskey. Will that be okay? Any food I can get for you? The kitchen is still open. We can heat up some stew. We still have some bread, some cheese, and we can cut up some fruit and vegetables if needed.
Well, maybe bring out some bread and cheese for the table, if you wouldn't mind. That would be wonderful.
Of course, of course. And you are, and she squints. Just 5. Oh, are you Lord? Are you Mayor Varis's guests by any chance? The Treasure Hunters Guild.
Uh, who's inquiring?
Well, your tab is covered.
Oh, okay.
Then yes, we are.
Well, if we weren't before, we are now.
She smiles. I had a rough description of you guys. So yeah, everything is on the house. I'll also bring some. Did you want any maybe hot chocolate or some
Bryn
herbal tea?
glances toward our halfling companion and says, "If there's any pie, we might need a piece of pie."
Oh yes, we have some pie left over. Are you more of the savory or are you more of the ones that like the sweet pies?
Well,
Okay, both. Anything else? Any other drinks? I have water. I have some fruit juice.
I'll take water.
All right, water.
Water.
Water. Okay, sounds good. All right, I
How
will.
about
There's
a
enough slices
lager?
of the,
Can I have a lager at least?
No.
It's basically water.
No. We have
No.
milk.
milk. I can. We have. Oh, we have a
This
lovely.
is an insult to me heritage.
We have a lovely. I'll bring.
Your heritage seemed to betray you today, so
Do you see the bloody hole in my shirt here on my shoulder where I got bitten? Yeah.
Well, you got better.
you said you would be there for all of us, and you weren't.
Well, the Steph kind of starts, walking backwards slowly. I'll just bring a variety of other stuff, just in case. I'll be back. Give me a couple minutes. And she, briskly walks to the kitchen.
All right, I'm gonna crack open one of my books and start looking through it.
Okay.
Bryn looks over at Tilda and she says, you're researching manticores, yeah?
Indeed, darling.
Will you see if they are a pack creature or a solitary creature? I mean, I'm guessing solitary. Then we only saw the one, and I'm guessing another one would have come out. But I really don't want to find a surprise one in there.
Very well. That's quite wise, actually. Yes.
Awesome.
So I'll also look for the pack.
Okay.
Okay, now I can hear the storm.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's totally cool. We got 2 people in the storm right now, so don't worry about
It kind of sounds like Darth Vader breathing.
it.
Yeah.
It starts raining outside.
Yeah. There we go.
It starts raining very,
Ambient noise.
very hard. All right, so Tilda, you crack open your book and you start reading all you can find about manticores, and the descriptions are in these particular books. The descriptions are very detailed. They are considered monstrosities. They have of course, the vaguely human head, the body of a lion, the wings of a dragon, and there is a bristly mane that stretches down the creature's back and ends in the long tail ends in a set of deadly spikes. Most manticores, unless they are unusually old, they are also assholes, unusually old, have about 24 spikes. The range of each spike can go up to about 200 feet. But at that point, they are a pretty crappy shot at 200 feet. Their maximum range for deadly accuracy seems to be 100 feet with the spikes. Usually, manticores will work alone, but to take down larger prey, they may work together. They aren't very bright. They're not the smartest creature around. However, manticores are malevolent or, evil in nature. And
Malcontent? Malevolent?
Malevolent. It's right here. I can't read for shit. Also, they are known for if a manticore sees an advantage, to be gained by sparing a creature's life, it does so, usually asking for a tribute or sacrifice equal to its loss of food. Most common manticores serve wicked masters that treat them well and provide regular prey. Sometimes manticores will be seen with a horde of orcs or a hobgoblin army. Others may serve as a companion for a hill giant or garden entrance to a stronger entity's lair.
Excuse me.
The regenerative power of a manticore is same as, it's not accelerated healing. So, a night's rest will heal up some of its wounds, usually not all. As for any particular injuries dealt to the wing, those heal, but those heal much slower. Um, Often, manticores, our greatest territorial rivals will include chimeras, griffins, wyverns, and those kind of things. They will and do fear dragons, however, and will avoid them at all costs.
But
Usually,
not pseudo dragons, apparently.
not pseudo dragons. You get the gist that it's usually the true dragons that they will
Yeah.
steer away from. As for weaknesses, the only weakness really that the book really touches upon is you could try to play to its nature. You could try to offer it something better than what it has currently. However, they are very tough creatures. They could see exceptionally well in the dark. You've already experienced the ability to attack several times in the span of a short amount of time. However, there is one thing that you really notice about the manticore description. And where is that highlighted text that I got? Now I have to search my notes. Okay.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. What's up?
Game mechanic question.
Mhm.
So out of character. If you're targeting an area of a creature instead of just the creature in general, like say we wanted to try to harm its wing to hamper flight, would you just add like AC or something, or do we have to do anything differently?
Not
Would we just let you know
You just
what we
let
were trying to do?
let me know, and I would adjust accordingly. If you were
Okay.
trying to hit a particular spot, maybe disadvantage, maybe advantage, that kind of thing.
Okay.
There's not really a mechanic in this game to target certain body parts like there are in other games like Rifts. But if you definitely want to go for a part, then I would definitely give you the roll if you wanted to.
Okay, well, I'm just thinking since it's a flying creature, then if we damage its wings, then we could possibly make it not fly. That was just the whole point of the question.
Pretty much if you do enough damage to the wing, it probably couldn't keep itself in the air very much for very long. Let's see.
And this one seemed really clumsy on its feet.
Yeah, that's true. It didn't even need my 5 to, on its dexterity saving throws. So anyway, you were about to tell me something really important about the manticore.
Yep. So, although manticores were likely a magical creation, they have long established themselves as a naturally occurring species. Curiously, manticores seem strangely they seem like they can interbreed with a number of other similarly shaped creatures, including lions, dire lions, laminas, sphinxes, or even chimeras, if the mating is forced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Males and females often look alike, and they can be the main thing that the text tries to get across, that if the manticore was working for something, they could be bought out. As long as there's a better deal on the table, they could always be bought out, usually. But if they're being treated very well, then it's a harder sell. To kill them, there doesn't seem to be any description that indicates that these creatures are magically more vulnerable or resistant to any particular weapons or magic. They can be harmed like any normal creature, such as maybe bears or something of the like.
Now, are we assuming this one was female because of the voice and the face, or is this saying that it was fairly ambiguous because their gender is kind of androgynously looking?
The males tend to be larger, going around 1,000 to anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 pounds. The females are a little smaller, and the start point for a fully grown manticore is about 900 to 1,000 pounds. 900
The
to
DM did say
1,100.
he several times last session, so in
Okay,
reference to the manticore.
Okay.
But that could be
Well, I'm just thinking,
wrong.
if they can breed, then protectiveness of offspring could be
I
problematic.
didn't make it.
Ugh.
At this point, Steph comes back with a tray of drinks in one hand and a tray of food in the other, and she starts serving out the drinks. There is also a large pot of a what smells like a cinnamon-ish drink. And Steph says this is a red tea. It's not caffeinated, but Mayor Varis often comes here for this drink from, he's originally from the Western continent, and this is a very common tea. We thought, we could brew. We had some brewing in the kitchen already, so we thought this would be a nice addition to your meal. Along with the drinks, there is just an assorted array of hard and soft cheeses, grapes, a couple dried dates, olives, some chutney, and just an array of finger foods, cucumbers, some white liquidy dip to go with some of the vegetables, and she sets it on a table, gives you all small plates so you can share. And she says, just, I'll be by the bar. We are not very busy right now, so just let me know if you guys need absolutely anything else. Mayor Varys told us that you were to be treated very well, and just to let us know if you need anything. We'll try. If we don't have it, we'll try to get it for you.
Did you bring just like a small glass, like a small container of whiskey, just like a small glass, or did she bring like a bottle?
She brought a small bottle. It is set in front of you with a very, very nice like it looks like it is a glass that is carved out of a beautiful crystal that seems to shimmer when white light touches it into it looks like there are rainbows bursting within the glass itself when light catches it. And there's some ice on the side too if you drink your whiskey that way.
Bryn pours a finger or so of whiskey into the rather impressive glass and just throws it back.
Okay.
Not on the floor, but just
just
Another!
tosses it back. There is there's a scent of oak in it. Definitely aged in a lovely oak barrel. This seems to be a single malt whiskey. And it's pretty smooth as it goes down. Are you? You're totally fine. It's not dwarven quality whiskey, but it's pretty strong still. And there is also an assortment of pie on the table as well. She brought what looks like a sampler pie, one sampler pie made of many slices of different fruits. There's a slice of blueberry, of strawberry rhubarb, a chocolate pie, an apple pie, a pecan, and just in one like little pie plate pan. And the other one is like a steak. There's slices of steak and onion, just a mincemeat pie, and just an assortment of savor pies as well. Um,
I share with no one.
Thank goodness there's more food on the table then. Um, and you see Andrew start scarfing down the pie. Um, it's at this moment that there is a individual who actually, there is a sound from the door, and a man in his, it looks like in his early 50s, salt and pepper hair, um, dressed in a black cloak. Um, Looks like he has some chainmail with some simple pants and thick black boots. Scans the tavern and scans the tavern and slowly makes his way towards your table. Um, of course. Um, and he approaches, he, bows to all of you and he says, I am Captain Roland of the current militia in place in Farrain. Are you the treasure hunters that Mayor Varis has assigned for the slaying of the kobolds and the, I hear now, manticore that resides outside of town?
Indeed we are, darling. I am, Tilda. And these are my compatriots, Raine, Bryn, Talga, and Andrew.
It's nice to meet all of you. May I take a seat at your table? I'd like to discuss a few things, mostly the volunteers that we had sent message through the troops, and we already have a large handful of volunteers. I'd like to discuss a few of them with you to see which ones you would like to take with you on your excursion. I was surprised that we had this many volunteers this quickly, but it seems that our folk would like to partake in this excursion. Anything to assist in perhaps purging the town of this threat.
Well, we will be happy to talk with you. By all means, have a seat. Just if you want to keep your fingers, don't touch the pie.
Captain Roland looks over to the halfling, currently devouring 2 pies, and he
When I
nods.
see you look at me, I growl.
He cautiously puts his fingers under the table. I see. Very well.
Don't mind her. She has no manners, apparently.
She is very enthusiastic with her pie. I can respect that. We all need to be enthusiastic with some aspect of our lives from time to time. All right. So I have 15 volunteers. And Mayor
Impressive.
Mayor Varis had asked at least 7. I would like a couple of these individuals to stay. but I have 5 individuals who are very good with a bow. I wouldn't call them masters, but they are superb archers. Um, I have 6 volunteers who are um, those who are adequate with melee weapons. Um, 4 of them with a shield and sword, and 2 of them who are more of the two-handed weapon variety, falchion and greatsword, respectively. Um, and I have 4 individuals who are actually gifted with some magical ability. Not as I explain this, not probably as gifted as you folk, but 3 of them are of the arcane variety, and I can go into detail about them. And one of them is actually a fledgling cleric of. Yes, she is a cleric of cord, actually, specializing, as she described to me, more in the realms of combat. Um, would you like me to go into detail with any of these volunteers in particular?
Well, I can't speak for all of my compatriots, but I have to say, we will probably want to make use of your archers. Obviously, you'll want to keep archers here as well, but I think that being able to pick off any kobolds that might try to flee the area, that sort of thing, will be extraordinarily useful.
Okay. So about the archers, 4 of them are, um, I would say, good at archery. There is one in particular who is, she, I would say, is the master. Mia. She came to our small militia a few months prior, and she, from what I've seen, she can easily hit a bird from 300 yards away. I've seen her do it. I think she had some training, prior training, before she came here. She's a little quiet about it, so she didn't specify where she had received her training from. Um, so, would you want all 5 of my archers, or would you? I mean, it's up to you. Mayor Varis said that these individuals who volunteered would be at your disposal. You can pick and choose whoever you wish.
I look to the rest of my party, specifically Tilda, since she is currently reading about manticores, and ask, what do you think as far as the danger to the town? Do we think that the best of the best should be with us, and then we'll easily wipe this out, or should we be more defensive in if something does go horribly wrong, we want the town to be safe? Do we think that they would actually retaliate against the town?
The manticore did say that once it was done with us, it would come for the town.
We'll definitely want to leave the town protected then.
I think leaving the town protected would be best. I think we should perhaps bring more of lesser skill.
That makes sense.
And if all goes well, which you must admit isn't very often,
Shh, not in front of him. It's always. We're amazing at this.
You see Roland chuckle, and he says, "Don't worry about me."
Well,
well.
let's put it that way.
Okay. He nods, and he's like, "Well, Mayor Varis spoke very highly of your group. So I have, I have no worries at this point. I believe you will get the job done. I do. I mean, if you want to take the lesser skill, that is fine. However, the oh dear, how do I explain this? Poppy, our resident show cleric, insisted that she come on this excursion. Now, I understand if you do not want to bring her. She can be a little rash. And I well, if you want to speak to her yourself, she's actually outside the inn. She could be a little, how do I put this? Intense. Especially for one of her race.
Well, I can't see how wanting to help would be a bad thing. I say we meet her.
Roland looks to the rest of you. Okay, I'll go get her. I know that you are all tired, and I didn't want to interrupt your meal for too long, but I'll be right back. And you know, as soon as he starts talking about Poppy, he seems just a little bit flustered. So
I'm inside checking the hell out of him.
yeah.
hang on. Inside. Damn it!
You're not sure why he's so flustered about this Poppy, but as soon as he walks to the door, and calls out, "Poppy, you can come outside. These women would like to meet you." When you see Poppy, there is a large shadow that is cast inside the doorway. A large figure, easily 6 foot tall, in a dark navy hood. There is a very large, round, metallic shield on her back, and there is a... For Andrew, for your size, this long sword easily could be a great sword for you. Just strapped to her shoulder, and she starts walking towards the table, and you swear there is a slight vibration, a ripple of water on the surface of your drinks as she walks inside. At this point, you guys easily spot the long blue tail trailing behind her. And when she grabs a chair and sits down and reveals her her face, you see that this person is actually a very large blue dragonborn, with multiple scars on her face and a symbol of cord, a cord amulet on her chest in what looks like a heavy breastplate. And she takes a seat at the table and scans all of you with her dark green eyes, looking each one of you. It seems looking at each one of you up and down, just silently judging all of you. And Captain Roland walks back, takes a seat. This is
Well,
Poppy.
I'm sold.
and you hear like a guttural voice say, um, "I am Poppy. It is. It was nice to meet you." Um, Captain Roland says, "Poppy has been with us for Private Poppy has been with us for a few months, and she is a skilled melee fighter, and she is skilled in the what did you say the type of man she and she says, I am a cleric of the Tempest. Um, via my deity cord. And I have special interest in this matter because I don't know if you've seen the kobolds via the color of my scales. I am very interested in getting rid of these vermin from our lands. I actually volunteered a while back to go to the cave with a small battalion, but Mayor Varis thought it should be left to, and I quote, the professionals. At this point, Captain Roland, puts a hand up. Poppy, Private Poppy. The mayor has been instrumental in putting together the militia. I would not speak ill of him, but he was he was he was worried that the other individuals. I know you're from Skork and I know you've seen battle, but I think he would have preferred it if, though you are combat worthy, the others in the militia may not be as combat worthy. Yeah. And Poppy at that point just, looks back at Captain Roland and just gives a single nod and doesn't say anything else.
Yeah, everything okay?
Um, uh, Poppy says, are there any questions you want to ask me?
Okay.
Well, I would like to state that the kobolds themselves were not an issue. Those little buggers died just super easy. Manticore, that's an issue.
As they usually do.
And given the color of your scales and the color of the kobold scales, I think it was a wise decision on Mayor Varys's part to wait for someone else. The kobolds would have had resistance to any sort of lightning that you may have expelled.
At that point, she gives you a smile, and you see a row of very, very sharp teeth. Oh, I have more than my breath.
I'm sure you do, darling. I'm just saying that I think it was I'm certainly not saying that you can't come with us, but you going with a troop of your own could possibly have led to failure as even without the manticore there.
Fair enough. I mean, I've never seen a manticore before. I've seen other beasts, but I believe there is a first time for everything. So, if you would allow me to travel with you and to fight by your side, I could think of a few things I could do with a manticore head.
Madame, I think that we would be in more trouble were we to try to stop you.
I am with folk like yourselves, I am actually rather harmless. It's just those that get in my way that might question their decisions. But I see that you also have another uh, another person of faith along with you. And at that point, she turns to Talga. I see that you are a cleric of Moradin. Correct me if I am wrong. I do not deal with the dwarven deities as often as I do with my own.
You're correct.
She kind of gives you a
She's
look.
a little hungover today.
She gives you a look up and down.
I'm sobering up.
And at this point, Captain Roland says, "Well, okay. I guess Poppy will be going with you."
Well, hold on a moment, Captain Roland. I agree that it would probably be dangerous for us to try and stop you. But Poppy, have you given any thought to what might happen if those of us who go to the cavern don't come back, and you have left the town in without any sort of protection?
Well, my brothers in arms, as a little credit, as Mayor Varis gives them, are capable of holding their own against a kobold or two. To be quite honest, I think they would be okay without me. I mean, I am a fighter first and a healer second, and even though I have fought my fair share, seen my fair share of battles, I do believe that I am, like some of you might, some of you might know, I am, or might not know. Captain Roland definitely knows. I am more of a woman of action, and I'd.
Okay.
Let me just put it this way: I don't think Captain Roland wants to deal with me if I were to stay behind.
Yeah.
And at that moment, you kind of see Captain Roland kind of just look at Poppy and just shake his head and sighs and says, "Poppy,
Yeah.
you know that," and Poppy says, "Captain Roland, you know as well as I that I have fought worse than kobolds." And Captain Roland says, yes, Poppy, I know of your."
Holy cow.
Okay. And at this point, Captain Roland says, well, if you do not want Poppy to to accompany you, it's understandable. I understand that you are worried in case things do not go well, that the town may be next. That is your decision. Right, Poppy? And Poppy's like, yes, that is their decision. Mayor Varys did say that they were to be, they were to have the final say in on what I would do.
Tilda kind of drums her fingers against the table, and then
Sure.
gives a shrug.
Like I said, it's only gonna
If you're someone to cause a little chaos in the front lines, let me do my work.
I do have a question though, says Poppy. By any chance, when you were in the caves, did you see a hatchery?
We barely managed to get through.
We met the
Into the caves,
fairly
darling.
soon into the caves.
Okay. Captain Rowan, if I may, and Captain Rose, you know more about kobolds than I do. Often when, and Poppy says, often when a kobold enclave is that large, as I've been described it as it been described. They often have areas for hatcheries. In particular, that is what I would like to check out for my own reasons. I just have a bad feeling. But possibly baby kobolds, possibly bigger things. Often, kobold enclaves that large will have food storage areas, livestock areas.
Don't tell her that. She'll take it as a challenge.
Bryn looks at Poppy, trying to kind of size her up,
Okay.
and says, "You do realize that you'll have to respect the chain of command if you go with us."
Of course, I was in the Skorok army when I was a little younger. I am, I am I'm reaching middle age now, so it's been a while. But yes, as Captain Roland told me, I would defer to you. You are my superiors in this case, so whatever you order me to do, I shall. I know the chain of command very well.
I have a question then.
Of course.
Assuming that you are wanting to accompany us on this venture, and what is your interest in this hatchery? Is it something that could, like the manticore, end up being a surprise that we need to be ready to deal with?
Possibly. I have seen hatcheries where they have contained a chromatic dragon egg before. I have seen a similar similar hatcheries with kobolds that have contained other beasts. You usually can tell um, what kind of, as they say, what kind of thing you're dealing with if you look at a hatchery. If this is just a normal kobold enclave that happens to have a manticore within it, then there will probably only be kobold eggs in this hatchery. If there's something more, then at that point you can usually tell what you're about to go into.
That sounds wise.
Other than that, that's my only interest in this hatchery itself. But I can't say for certain if there will be, say, a fledgling manticore. Like I said, never fought a manticore before. I fought
They're assholes.
there. I have heard. I heard well.
And very large.
I have also heard that. I myself have my fighting expertise usually comes from winged drakes. Haven't fought a dragon myself. Have family who have. But I am adept at dealing with winged creatures in particular.
Now, Poppy and Captain Roland, Private Poppy, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Private Poppy and Captain Roland, being more familiar with the terrain around here than we are, do you happen to know if there's another entrance into the tunnels,
Well,
or if that's the only one?
Well, Captain Roland says, that is the only entrance I am aware of. Mayor Varis did confide in me, and I do not like it when he does this by himself. Said he scouted the lair himself, which I do not approve of. But he is a mayor. I cannot tell the man what to do. And he mentioned that there were weaknesses in the wall, not new openings, but perhaps possible entrances, new entrances where the walls are weak. They are found actually on the other side of the hill range that the kobold has tunneled into, well, have their tunnels in. If we were to, well, I don't. First of all, if we were to break those weak points in the wall, I don't know how much noise they would make. Also, I do not know what we would find since we do not have a layout of what the lair looks like.
That's fair.
Yep. As long as
I more or less just wanted to know whether the kobolds could escape. The kobolds and the manticore could escape through some other way, or should we put some sort of guard that way? But
it is up to you. I mean, it is possible to also use those weak walls as a distraction, thinking that somebody is attacking them that way. If that is also an option. If you like to take it, we have some access to some gunpowder here. Mayor Varis was looking into the production of making, as rare as they are, firearms. However, that is still a technology that we are attempting to produce. Oh, jeez.
So you know where on the hillside these weak points are, then?
I do.
Okay. So if nothing else, even if we don't explode anything, which wonderful, we might still want to maybe place a scout there to make sure that no one does try to escape that way.
Of course. That is always that we can put the volunteers there if we need to. Looks like at this point you might need 10 of those troops instead of the 7 that you're. They are more than willing to accompany you. Like I said, they feel like since they are part of the militia that they need to give their all to protect this town, and I do admire them. I admire them very much for their zeal. Poppy and Poppy nods. It's possible to kobolds are easily distracted, being those little buggers themselves, and Poppy kind of just starts mumbling to herself. All right.
Did Poppy say what she wants? What her special interest in with the hatchery is? In the hatchery is?
She mentioned that you could usually tell what the kobolds want by looking at a hatchery.
Okay.
What kind of lair you are dealing with. It could be possible that they are worshipping the manticore as a leader or god of some sort. I mean, she mentions that it is possible that this could have just been a manticore who on its own was able to prove his worth, probably by killing a few of them before they accepted this beast as their new leader.
Okay. All right. I just, yeah.
Or it could be possible that the manticore, depending on what the mating situation is with manticores, is it could possibly be a mating pair. If your books are anything to go by.
Oh.
I'm just gonna choose not to think of that last one.
Yeah, I want to never think of that. Captain Roland.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that some of your militia volunteers, what have you, had some magical skills. And even if they aren't, amazing. What sorts of things are they able to do, or is it healing arts, or
They are the other 3 individuals are of the arcane focus. One of them is a how you say a bard, coming from Leona, studying there. She is a half-elven individual who assists her allies through enhancing their abilities. Um, the other two are, I think she called herself a follower of a particular patron, but not the same as a cleric. I often hear her talking to herself or to somebody, entity I cannot discern. Um, at this
Wait,
point,
you mean like she's talking to herself? Like, do you have an insane bard?
no, not the bar. The other entity. And at this point, Poppy says,
Oh,
she has a pact with with an old god, as she has told me.
oh,
I do
nice.
not know of what this old god is, but she has proven herself a ally to our little militia. She is what did she call herself? And at that point, um, she is she is a dark elf. Captain Rowland says she is a dark elf. So she is not often.
A drow.
She is a she is a drow. She is a drow. She claims that she was cast out by her brethren at birth, which is very unusual for the drow, I believe, since they are a matriarchy and usually hold the females above the males. Um, um, her name is Elena. Well, her common name, as she says. Um, it was a little difficult to when she first arrived. It was a little difficult to trust her, but she's proven herself on quite a few occasions. So as far as I'm concerned, she is trustworthy. The third practitioner of magic that we have is actually um, actually reminds me of the young lady devouring the pie. She is a crafty individual, but she has some arcane abilities um, that are usually used in utility ways. She is also a halfling of the where is it? Oh, beg pardon. She is not a halfling. Apologies, Andrew. She is a gnome actually. She is a gnome of the forest variety. Um, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. Keep yourself safe.
Yep.
Don't get, like, sucked up in a tornado.
Yeah, that would really suck. All right, be careful.
Inside closets, her best closet.
She is a gnome of the forest variety. Um, we call her Victoria, and she has magic capabilities as well. Like I said, utility based mostly.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, better safe
So-
than sorry.
That's I think that some of the decisions might end up waiting until we've formulated a little bit more of a plan. But your archers will definitely be desired, as will probably somebody with a shield.
Well, would you like the four adequate archers, or would you like as and Mia, or would you like just the four archers, or would you like a combination of Mia and the rest of the team? Mia actually is kind of their, I guess, if I were to have a general, or a leader of the archers, Mia would probably be it.
Well, what do you think, Captain Roland? Do you think she would be put better to use with us or protecting the town?
I honestly think that I'd prefer Mia to stay here. We have more than those 5 archers, and she seems to be very good at giving them commands, even though she's only been put at a leadership position for only about a month now. She came fresh from the Western continent as well, but she is. I will tell you, you if you need somebody very quiet, you wouldn't probably be able to spot her.
Tilda glances at Raine.
Sorry, we can't all be as perfect as Tilda.
She didn't say anything. She just
I know what that look meant.
He just glanced at you.
glanced at you.
Well, we we have some people that are skilled in the stealthful arts.
As you see Andrew fall asleep in her pocket.
I was about to say, and Tilda moves her gaze to Andrew, who's just fallen asleep.
However, I think that we will probably go with your call here, Captain Roland. It makes sense to, if she's able to rally the militia around her, that she would be best here, should anything go awry.
That is... I would agree with that. And I thank you. She is a... she's become a very important member of our team ever since she has arrived. I do not mind if... Okay, that's fine. You get the sense that he's mostly telling you the truth. He might be still a little wary of her leadership ability, since she's, about a month in to this new position. But he seems probably 70% sure that she'll do a good job if something were to go down, if things don't go well on your end.
Okay.
All right.
And what about you, Captain Roland? What are your strengths? Are you coming with us?
I will not be accompanying you. I will be here. My strengths are with a falchion, a heavy blade. I am a two-handed fighter.
All right. Yes. If you're not coming with us, I don't really need to know.
Yeah, you asked, so.
I did ask. Wow.
He looks. There is he blushes in embarrassment. Right. If I were to make a if I could suggest that you take maybe 4 of the archers, Poppy as well, and maybe one of the shield bearers. And maybe one of the arcane casters.
I think that sounds reasonable. We will definitely want some archer stations at various points, so having a couple archers is definitely useful.
And we're definitely going to need some of the melee soldiers to come into the cave with us.
Okay, I will tell Daniel that he will probably be needed. Poppy is very, very adequate at melee fighting as well. And as for the arcane casters, I am aware that drow are not very very adequate. Drow
I know.
are not very. Um, there are some prejudices against the drow for good reason, but I assure you she is actually very good at her job. Also, Victoria can be very crafty, also very quiet, and
Tilda glances at Raine again.
and Wanda, the bard I had mentioned, she can be a little. How do I put this lightly? And at that moment, Poppy says, a little wild at times, and Captain Roland said, a little hard to handle. She is very yeah. She's a character. She's definitely a character. I'll
But
tell
will
you
she
that.
follow orders when
She-
given?
They do follow orders when given. I do run
Hey,
somewhat of a tight ship.
a bard would be sort of useless should we try to sneak anywhere, wouldn't it? I mean, like, aren't they kind of a, sound-based person?
Funny that you should mention that.
No, actually, she does a little soft shoe.
She does like a mime routine, and we all get
Exactly.
bravery. Just like, ha.
I don't know how to explain this. But she is,
Wanda's mute, isn't she?
Wanda's not mute.
She's deaf, actually. Her music is terrible.
How do I explain? And at that point, Poppy says, she expresses herself through interpretive dance.
Yes!
She's coming with us.
Okay, I
Please.
will tell Wanda that she is needed. I think she will be very happy. And at that moment, Poppy just puts her head in her hands, and just shakes her head. And Captain Rose, he'll be all right, Private Poppy. She's and at that point, Poppy says, last time she did her interpreted dance, she almost threw out her back. And
Yes.
Captain Roland says, funny that you should mention, so Wanda is, an older, I should have mentioned this beforehand. She is an older woman. She is, roughly maybe 110 at this point. But she's still,
Is she a human?
she's
No, she's half elf.
She's in half elf.
Oh,
She's
okay.
a half elf.
It's still elderly.
She's
Yeah.
elderly, but she's
She's on the young side of elderly, though. I mean,
yeah, she's 60 in human years.
in human years.
All right. I will.
Well, hey, that means she's already lived a long, full life. If she dies terribly, there's less to mourn,
She's
right?
one day.
Yeah.
One day from retirement. All right. Captain Rose. All right. So Daniel, Poppy, Wanda, and four of the archers. I will let them know very early in the morning. They will be coming with you. When did you want to leave for the cave? And did you want to take any of the gunpowder that we have? Or would you want to decide this in the morning after you speak with your compatriots?
Well, I would say that my main question would be with the gunpowder. Are you worried that we could damage the structural integrity of the caves, thus making a mining excursion later impossible?
Well, It's not a. We don't have a lot of gunpowder. We have about I'd say half a barrel of gunpowder, and we are still in the very early stages of developing gunpowder. I know in the capital cities where, and especially in the dwarven cities, they are a little more advanced than we are. We were only able to get the recipe for the materials and the recipe for the gunpowder by I'd say Mayor Varis's um, business negotiations. So it doesn't pack as strong as a punch as your typical gunpowder that you may have seen in the capital cities, but it'll still like if you put half, even a quarter, half of the gunpowder we have, it'll still make quite a big explosion. But I don't think big enough to ruin the structural integrity of the entire cave.
Okay. I would say we'll probably make use of some of your gunpowder. And also, we'll probably want some oil.
Okay. We can easily provide that for you.
Wonderful.
All right. So, how much oil would you need, or would you like to talk that out before in the morning?
I think that we'll end up contacting you.
Okay. Sounds very good. All right. I am going to head off and deliver my messages to to those you wish to bring with you.
Tell them to rest up tonight, and be ready to go in the morning.
Very good. All right, Private Poppy. Private Poppy bows to your group, and with a sweep of her cape, she follows Captain Roland out the door. At this moment, Stephanie comes back and refills your drinks.
I'm making sure she doesn't refill Talgas with anything alcoholic.
Oh no, it's just straight water at this point.
Yeah.
She looks down at the halfling. Does she need a box for that?
Who knows, darling?
I'll bring a box. You guys can decide what you want to do with. Can she breathe in there? At this point, you see,
Who knows, darling?
Andrew's
Is her
face
in a pie?
is in the pie.
Oh god, Sam comes back. Oh, we forgot to check your character sheet.
Well,
Roll a new character, because you died of pie.
she looks like she's breathing. I'll just bring a box, and she goes back to the kitchen to bring a box. Okay. Was there anything else you guys wanted to do tonight?
Well, I wanted to check with the group about like what preparations we wanted to do, and personally, I want to, and I don't know if I need to do this tomorrow morning or tonight. I mean, obviously, I'm tired tonight, but I don't know how much time we'll have in the morning or possibly on the way there. I would like to make some small pouches and put some gunpowder in them.
Okay.
And then I would like to get some flasks of oil and have a few myself that I can throw, and then maybe give one or two to a couple other people, because I think that spreading some fire around could deal with the massive numbers of kobolds we have.
Okay.
And I figure it's like if somebody else tosses a flask of oil, then it's not going to evaporate before I would be able to set it on fire, right? It takes like a minute to evaporate.
Yeah, not in the round that you're fighting. It would take a while to evaporate in combat.
Okay.
And with Poppy's lightning breath, we might even be able to get some use out of that too.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm thinking I'll want to be able to like portion some things out. So I can do that tonight or tomorrow.
You could probably do some of it tonight. Well, you don't have the oil now, so you'd have to grab it in the morning. As well, but you can make the pouches for the gunpowder if you want.
Okay,
I
I
mean,
can do
if you
that.
need some cloth or anything, the staff or the barkeep could easily find some cloth for you to start making pouches. That's pretty easy in itself.
Because if I had like a small pouch of a little bit of gunpowder, that could make enough of an explosion to either cause some damage or distract or whatnot, right?
Mhm.
Okay, cool. That's
Okay.
totally something I'm gonna do then.
All right. Anybody else doing anything to prepare, or I could, we can start this.
Bryn glances over at Tilda and says, that light thing that you can do, how long does that last?
Hold on. Let me look at my spell book.
She looks through her spell book.
Last an hour, darling.
I was thinking, on our way up to the caves, you might want to grab like just some rocks from like the side of the road, just some small stones or something.
Well,
And
yes,
you
if
could
I
just
wanted to stop the cart on the
well,
way there.
you could obviously do it before or after. But I was gonna say, if you had some little rocks, you could always just throw them into the cave with light on them, and then you could see.
DM,
Yes.
could I cast light on the walls of the cave?
So it would have to be a portion of the wall.
Right.
It wouldn't be the whole wall.
No,
But
I understand that.
I'd say, as with, like an object, like like this big. Yeah, sure. This portion, I will allow, like, if there was like a rock in the wall that was like, and then that would get light. So yeah, you could cast it on the wall, on something on the wall. And there was, you went in there. There was lichen on the wall. There was like a couple rocks embedded in the wall. You could probably easily find something that would light up that portion of the wall and the area around it.
I know sight's useful.
Indeed it is. It's very disconcerting being attacked by something that you cannot see. Something very large. Something but that you cannot see.
Yeah. Well, are we turning in and regrouping bright and early in the morning?
I suppose this is, I suppose we have to.
You don't happen to have any random jewelry on you, do you? That is like, maybe made of diamonds and borrowable?
Unfortunately, darling, no.
Look, I wasn't going to keep it. I happen to know a little bit of a spell that packs a punch, but I don't have any diamonds handy, so,
No, when I was leaving my family's home, I didn't think, oh, I should grab some diamonds just in case a person I know might need it.
Really? That would
Somebody needs to go to bed.
It's been a long day, darling.
Also, I didn't know anything about leaving your family's home. So, I
Well,
will...
I'm certainly not there when I'm certainly not there now, am I?
Now, let's finish our drinks and get to bed.
Bryn just kind of finishes off her whiskey and just heads out of the room.
Okay.
She's done.
All right. Are you, the rest of you, retiring for the night as well?
Aye.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yep.
All right. It is an uneventful night. Though your dreams are plagued. The three of you, mostly with the haunting vestige of the vision of the manticore bearing down on you.
Talga sleeps like a baby. No.
Talga sleeps like the dead.
It's the best.
It's the best sleep ever. Morning comes as the sun rises. and soon the noises of the staff are awakens you from your slumber. No rooster this time. Um, as the morning rises, there is the sun comes over the hills, and it is morning. What would you guys like to do first? Okay. All right. Cool.
Holy shit.
Yeah, she's gonna go
Should
and
there be like some sort of roll for that or something?
splash water on her face.
She's good. She's good.
Do a wisdom check, see if you can actually manage this.
All right. You got your spells. And when you guys actually go downstairs, at the table,
Yeah, we pray you have spells too.
Wow.
wow, that wow, guys.
Somebody's not getting healing.
At a table in the center of the tavern, it's really early morning, so most of the farm folk are pretty much up at this time and probably had breakfast before going out into the fields. You spot Poppy sitting at a table with her cloak and her breastplate. This time the sword has been replaced with a gigantic one-handed maul on her side, with the shield still on her back. There is a older woman with silver hair, pale skin, dressed in dressed in, what is she dressed in? I'm gonna go check it out. Dressed in leather armor. There is a rapier at her side, and you see that her hands are, are wrinkled as her face, but there are these piercing, ice blue eyes that peer around the tavern. Her movements are, slow. She's quietly eating what looks like some French toast. Poppy doesn't look like she is eating anything, just has a large mug of what smells like coffee. Next to them is a young man with a large steel shield on his back, long sword, um, wavy black hair, and a metallic, a metal skull cap on him, and he's dressed in a very similar fashion as the Dragonborn. And when Poppy sees you coming down the stairs, she gives you all a nod of acknowledgement. And Wanda, or who you think is Wanda, just kind of, and you see the small tips of her ears poking out of her long silvery hair, kind of just gives you a curious look and kind of a toothy smile. You see, she does have some teeth missing, actually. And as you get closer, you see there is this long scar that travels from the corner of her mouth down her throat. And she waves at you, and beckons you to come over. Daniel looks the shielded individual looks quite quiet, just staring into his drink. Did you guys want to make your way over? Did you want to grab some food first? Did you want to know if you could get some oil or anything? What's up?
Ow. Okay, so Tilda's gonna go grab some coffee, or order some coffee and some breakfast, and then go sit down at the table that the other three are at.
Okay.
Poppy and Wanda and Daniel.
Okay.
Or presumably Wanda and Daniel.
Yep. You go over, you grab some, you put your order in. There is an elderly human that takes your order, nods,
The French toast looks good.
Yeah.
I'll have French toast, darling. And black coffee.
All right, coming
Um,
right up. And you
Actually, 2 creams and 3 sugars, darling.
of course, anything. And anybody else? She gestures to Raine. Would you like anything, dearie?
Just a black coffee, some eggs, and bacon.
All right.
And kind of until at that point, it's not even coffee anymore.
I have
Probably-
the same. And a
Probably
morning
turpentine
breakfast
at
stout.
this point. Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, did you just order a breakfast stout? No.
Yeah,
Absolutely
it's
not,
coffee. Coffee stout?
Coffee.
No.
No.
It's got coffee in it.
No.
No.
You can have coffee. Real coffee. You can't even have Tilda coffee. That stuff's... No, because you might sneak something in there. You were passed out while we almost died.
I wasn't passed out. I was watching Andrian Pie.
Watching, quote unquote. Yeah.
Pie?
You probably were drooling with your hand over your face. We don't know what you were doing.
That's just rude.
And she gestures to you, Bryn. And you miss.
Coffee and some of that French toast looks marvelous, please.
All right, no problem. I will have it at your table momentarily. And she goes in, she puts in your order, and there is the sound of somebody frying and dunking bread in the storm, and coffee being poured. When you get to the table, Poppy nods as you all sit, and the old woman says, "Well, hi there. Name's Wanda," and she sticks her hand in front of. She sticks her hand in front of Raine to go to, shake it.
And Raine takes it and shakes it, but not too heartily, because she's old.
There is a frail handshake. It's like, it's nice to meet all of you. So, by Captain Roland's message, you must be Raine. You must be Matilda. You must be Bryn, and the dwarven one.
I actually didn't give my full name. I didn't give my full name to Captain Roland.
Ah, right. You must be
What's
Tilda.
wrong?
I only said
Tilda.
Tilda.
Right, you only said Tilda. And you must.
So unless he learned it from
Varys,
Mayor
then
Varys.
yeah, probably not. And you, my dear, must be Talga. It seems one you're missing, though, unless my eyes, fail me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I thought there were 5 of you.
Oh, not again! Where the hell is she?
She's. Well, I did see a halfling sleeping on a baby owl bear in the stables. Was that her, probably?
Was she
Yes.
covered in what looks like pie?
Yes, actually.
Yeah,
Did you
that was
really
her.
need to ask that?
I feel like that was
What
just
other
this-
halfling do you know who has a baby owl bear as a pet?
Maybe these townspeople are a little weird. I don't know. But I know that our halfling is covered in pie. She fell asleep in it, literally.
Maybe you should keep an eye on her. When I was your age, I knew this halfling that had an obsession with pie as well. Didn't really go well for her, now that I think about it. Anyways, well,
Sorry. Did she die from pie? I just need to know yes or no. Did it kill her?
Well, it was an assassin, and there was poison in the pie, so yes.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, kind of. We weren't very perceptive about that. But it is lovely to meet you. I don't often, get called upon for my skills, but it should be it should be a good time, I think. Daniel, dear, and Daniel. At this point, you see Daniel look up from his drink. He looks to the side to Wanda. Can you go get me some more coffee, dearie? And Daniel says, "Yes, Grandma," and quietly shuffles towards the bar. Sweet boy, that one is. So, do you ladies have a plan? Captain Roland told me that you would be the one to, give me the orders this time around. Not that I mind. Fine bunch like yourselves. What were we looking to do?
Well, our last plan didn't go so well, so, I'm not sure what else we could... Our last plan, that is, sending someone to scout ahead, stealthily, and then, reporting back to us and, we moving forward into the caves. We didn't get very far. So, honestly, whenever we try to plan things,
They go
things
awry?
often things go awry. Yes.
As it is with the old adventuring thing. Yeah, I ran into that thing kind of stuff when I was your age as well. Well, if you are, if you allow an old lady to give you some advice. So we're dealing with kobolds, huh? Sons of guns. Let me think. Well, given our current group makeup, and Poppy dear, if you agree with me on this, and you see that Poppy at this point is kind of looking away from Wanda, staring at her coffee, not looking as confident as she was when, you first met her last night. And Poppy says, "Well, Wanda, I mean, whatever you are free to express your opinion if you wish." And Poppy says, "Well, let's see. Maybe you guys need a distraction this time around. You think that would help you out?"
It would depend on what sort of distraction, wouldn't it?
And at that point, she crackles. "Well, I got a couple tricks up my sleeve. You don't live this long, and don't learn a few things.
The thing that we'll run into, though, with a distraction is that, like, say we blow the wall off that weak side.
Okay.
Well, we don't know where in the cave they'll go. We only know the mouth of the cave. So we don't know where they might go in case of, thinking something's happening.
Well,
They might end up who knows where.
Well, if you want to send a scout ahead, looks like you tried before, but it didn't sound like you had much cover, as it will. I have the ability to grant somebody, where is it? I just want to make sure it's what I... Okay, target. I have the ability to make someone, let's say, not be able to see you anymore. If they
Raine
can't
glances
see,
at Raine.
if they can't see you, all you gotta do is keep very quiet. You think you can do that?
Tilda looks at Raine.
I'm being very quiet, aren't I?
Oh, you can't see with your eyes. That's already half the battle won, I say. And this time, at this point, Daniel comes back with the coffee. It's like, Grandma, I have your coffee. Did you put the cream in it, dearie? And Daniel's like, yeah, yes, Grandma, yes, Grandma. No sugar, right? And Daniel's like, yes, Grandma. Good lad. And she just ruffles his hair. Daniel. By any chance, are any of you ladies single?
Uh,
You see, Daniel had a lousy relationship, and at this point, Daniel's like, Grandma. And he is red from his entire face. At this point, is completely red, to the tip of his ears. Oh, fine. I won't embarrass you. Let me entertain. Well, I have the ability to make one of you invisible. So, take that as you will. I am the,
Yeah.
Let me see. He is, let me take a look at his charisma. He's average. He's average for a human individual, actually. At this point,
Is he human though? Or is he half elf?
he's human.
Okay. Or is he dancer? All right.
He clearly looks very human.
well, I mean, if you're a half elf and you have a kid with a human and a kid with a human, I mean,
Yeah, I got there. Yeah, I kind of figured.
I'm sorry, Daniel. All right. It's been 2 years, and Daniel's
This
like, ugh. Are we ready to go fight yet? Are we ready to head to the kobold cave? Dan was like, I would really like to go to the kobold cave, like right now.
Have we had our breakfast yet?
At this point the breakfast is set in front of you at the table.
Hold on a moment, darling.
Roll an insight check.
The one time I don't do it. Hang on, because I was just at my spell book.
Daniel is weeping on the inside.
You can be patient.
Daniel, since you seem to have quite a bit of fire in you,
Yes.
well, we
ma'am.
have a bit of breakfast. Would you be a doll and get some, maybe clay flasks small enough that we can carry them on our person and throw them and they would break? I want to be able to throw some oil. And also, would you make sure that we have a bit of gunpowder available as we travel so I can fill some pouches with gunpowder?
Absolutely, I would be more than happy to do that for you. I am just going to. I've already had some breakfast already. I am just going to leave. I will get all your. I will absolutely get everything that you need. And he starts and at this point, oh, Daniel dear, and Daniel's like, yes, Grandma. Could you get my special pouch as well? I think I left it in my room. And at your mom's house. And he's like, yes, Grandma, of course. I'll be right back. And he just bolts through the door. He is
Family.
He's quite the strange one sometimes, isn't he? But don't let that distract you from his charm. He learns from the best.
Ren looks mildly creeped out. Just mildly.
Okay. I tried to tell him, what to say and how to act, but no, I apologize. Well, Poppy. And Poppy's like, oh, God. Yes, Wanda. And at this point, she gazes off, and you hear Poppy mutter in Draconic under her breath, "Oh God, not again." And you see Wanda kind of staring off in the distance.
Bryn kind of glances toward Poppy and mutters back into Chronic, "What is it?"
Sometimes, and back in Draconic, she
Tilda's
says,
gonna look to see what Wanda's looking at.
she looks like she's just staring out the window. Blissfully. Sometimes she stares off into, like Poppy says, sometimes she stares off into space. We don't, we don't know why. She can
Did she
be,
get hit in the head really hard?
it is possible. I tried to ask Daniel once, but Daniel said something about an orc and a dwarf and what was it, a club, and a pineapple, and I didn't ask anything after that.
I understand completely.
Yeah. Yeah, I apologize. I apologize. And at that moment, one is like, huh, that's funny. I thought I put the cheese under the pillow. Oh well. And she's back to her smiling self. Poppy sighs.
Bryn glances at the rest of the table and is just kind of wondering if everyone else is like going to kill her for wanting to bring along the interpretive dancer.
So, as you guys are making casual conversation, Daniel comes back, arms full of, he has like a box full of stuff. He brings it over, and there is the stuff that you had requested. Also, he hands his grandmother a small burlap pouch and hands it to her, and she looks in it. Everything seems orderly here, and she attaches it to her waist. As you guys are finishing up, Captain Roland strolls in. There are four individuals behind him, 2 males, 2 females, all human, in the same in leather armor, in the same type of militia style guard that you've seen most of the other folk in the town wear. And he says, "Well, these are the volunteers that I have for you. Our archers. May I introduce Lillian, Vera, Mark, and Keith. They will be accompanying you today. I have told them that they are to follow your orders for our purpose for this excursion. You are their commanders, as the rest of you know. And at that point, Wanda raises her hand. Roland, dear. Yes, Wanda. Yes, Wanda. Did you happen to get Mitzi's message this morning? And Roland looks very confused and says, Mitzi's message. Yes, dear. You know, the message about the horse, and Roland kind of puts his hand to his, just shakes his head. Wanda, Mitzi passed away 10 years ago. And Wanda, looks up, strokes her chin. Oh, that's right. Huh. Maybe I shouldn't have left that stove on. Oh well.
Bryn glances at the table. Are we having second thoughts?
You were the one who wanted to bring her along, darling.
She hasn't done any dancing, and I think she's insane. Like, she says she can make Raine hard to see. Is she gonna actually, like, make her glow? That's a thing.
Poppy kind of, whispers. she's pretty good at the magic stuff. Everything else is kind of not so great.
She's sitting right next to you, darling. Can't she hear you?
She's hard of hearing.
Okay.
Very hard of hearing.
That
And
hard of
it doesn't
hearing bard who does interpretive dance.
it doesn't look like she heard a thing. She looks like her attention is focused on Captain Roland. Anyway, says Captain Roland. So good luck. Is there anything else that you need before you head out?
Oh, are there any vendors or trades merchant people? Oh, English is my French language, I swear. Are there any merchants that might have any jewels for sale?
Yes, actually, we do. There is a vendor in the town square that probably could satisfy
Tilda rolls her eyes.
satisfy whatever jewelry needs you have. He's a gnomish. He's a gnome fellow. He said he hails from. Well, he hails from Dighton, and his name is Gerald. You can find
Okay.
Gerald. Gerald is we don't have many gnomes in Farrain. He has like a brown hair. He currently I saw him outside. He's wearing a purple shirt. Some brown boots. You can't miss him. He's right out there. He's at his tent. Peddling his wares as always.
Bryn is gonna head out there.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything?
I guess I'm casting Unseen Servant and having them braid my hair.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
even gonna offer anymore.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay.
But since we have the time.
Okay. Bryn, you go outside. And you head towards the town square. And it doesn't take long for you to find Gerald. He is currently outside. Just looks like he finished setting up his tent. His hair is a little disarray. He tries to smooth it back. And in front of him, there are a variety of jewelry of differing quality. You see some of it are semi-precious stones set in silver, some of it is gold with rubies. It's just a variety of things. He even has what appear to be some jade jewelry, and some other not precious metals, but like things like tiger eye and jasper, set into costume jewelry.
Okay. Now, vaguely out of character here, the component for the spell Chromatic Orb is a diamond worth 50 gold points.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's like set in a piece of jewelry, does that work for me?
That should work fine.
Okay.
Also, you do not need to keep on buying gems for this spell. You could. I had this conversation earlier at PAX this weekend. Once
yeah,
you
I know
have
it's
the
not
gem,
used.
yeah.
I just don't have one yet.
Okay, all right. So you walk up.
Yeah. I checked to
Okay.
make sure it wasn't used on things. That'd be expensive.
It would
50
be a
gold per
very
class would be
expensive spell.
ridiculous.
At this point, Gerald notices you approach and says, a customer. I am Gerald. It is nice to meet you. Please, browse. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for?
I actually have very specific something I'm looking for, my good man.
Mm-hmm.
I am looking for something with a diamond. Nothing too huge or too small. I'm looking to spend roughly 40 gold.
40 gold. Let's see here. I do have some diamond pieces. Are you looking for a ring or a necklace or
I actually really just kind of need the stone, so I'm pretty open.
I usually just use money in most cases. Once you have the arcane focus. If it's a large spell, then you need to just cough up the money for it. I don't keep track of spell components that much. But in this particular case, she needs the diamond. Okay. Does it need to be a... Are you looking for a... Does it have to be a cut diamond? Or a polished and what? I can sell you a diamond that hasn't been cut or polished yet. That probably would suit your, be within your price range.
Would that work?
It just
It
has to be
doesn't
worth...
say. It
Go-
just says worth 50,
Just has to say worth 50.
which I was hoping I would haggle him down a bit. Yeah. Let's see what you've got.
All right. He pulls out two uncut diamonds. They're not, they're not shiny, they're not pretty, but they're pretty much diamonds. He sets them on the table. One is of a pale yellow color, and the other is of a more of your traditional whitish quartz in appearance, but definitely a diamond color. He sets them on the table for your inspection. And he's like, this diamond in particular, and he points to the pale yellow one, will run you about, once you cut this diamond, it'll easily be worth 60 gold pieces once the work is put into it. This one here, you're looking at a grade C diamond, uncut, not polished yet. This one will run you, once polished, once cut, once the labor is put into it. This one may run you about, he does numbers in his head, about 70 gold pieces. But as raw components, this one right here is, the yellow one, is worth 35 gold pieces. And the one over, the white one, is roughly 45 gold pieces.
Well, tell you what. I will give you 40 for the white one if you manage to give me a 5 gold discount for saving your town from kobolds.
Roll a persuasion check. He blinks a little bit when he blinks like kobolds. Where are kobolds?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I've heard. You're going. Yeah, of course. And would you like this bagged up, or would you like to take it as it is?
I'll just do you maybe have a piece of wire and like a thin chain or something so I can not drop it?
Yeah. Coming right up. And you don't care about the material of the chain, right?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it could be a leather cord for all I care.
Okay, that's fine. He quickly takes a leather cord and as quick as he can just wraps it around a few times, making sure it's very secure, ties it off at the end, and hands it to you. This should suffice as a temporary carrying vessel.
Thank you very much, sir. I give him the 40 gold.
Okay, thank you, and come again if you ever need anything. Any uncut gems. Okay. All right. Have a nice day.
I'll come again, and I won't tell my friend that you're here.
Okay. He kind of scratches his head, like what does she mean? Okay. Well, Byrn is outside. Wanda begins regaling you tales of her youth.
I've taken out my book. I have a book of lore. I don't know what kind of lore. I don't know what's going on, but I have a book of lore because I'm a wizard, and that's what it comes with. So, or maybe because I'm a noble. I don't know, but it was somewhere in the equipment package.
Okay.
So
Wait,
I'm
it's just book of lore.
What?
It's just book of lore. That's it.
Yes.
I like it.
I'm just flipping through that. I'm not listening to
Okay, that's fine.
Wanda
All right. At this point,
while
Daniel-
the unseen servant braids my hair.
All right. Daniel is just staring into his coffee, regretting his life choices. Okay, Bryn comes back, seemingly happy. And at this point, after Wanda finishes her tale, and then there was a shark, and then there was a twister, and there were sharks in the twister, and somebody thought, we should try the Sharknado, and George was like, that's a terrible idea, and and Daniel's like, are we ready? Oh, she's back. Are we ready to go yet? We should be ready to go. I think we're ready to go. I'll go prep the horses. Um, if that's what you ladies would like me to do, can I go prep the horses, please?
I don't see
course,
why
dear.
not.
I will prep the horses. And at this point, Poppy's like, Poppy, do you want me to help you? And it's like, yeah, sure. I'll come. Um, and you see the group of archers following closely behind. At this point,
They all went out to prep the horses.
they went to all prep the horses. Oh well, I guess we should start heading out. It's quite a journey ahead of us. She, stands up. You hear her back crack just by her standing up, and she starts walking slowly towards the door.
Yay.
Well, shall we get on with it then?
You should be more excited.
More excited to go face the manticore, which bit you and nearly killed all three of us.
We are going to kill it in the face.
You weren't this excited when we were running away from it.
I had a vengeance already brewing, trust me. And now I have explosives.
Oh, goody.
Really, I know. I'm so excited. And I have this, and I hold up my rock. Is basically what I'm guessing it appears to be a rock
It
wrapped
looks
in a
like
leather
rock.
cord.
Yep.
Yeah. Look! Is that not awesome?
Whatever you say, darling, and I'm gonna kind of brush past her and go towards the cart.
Alright, what are the rest of you guys doing? Raine, Talga.
I'm pretty much already prepped to go, so
Alright.
I've been listening to stories. I'm intrigued by the idea of a Sharknado.
Okay.
honest.
Same here. She's been ready to go for a while.
Alright, you guys head out. The cart is prepped. You see that Poppy and Daniel are in the front. One of the archers, Lillian, is squeezed also in the front. It's a tight squeeze, but all of you could fit here. You just have to. None of you will be lying down. You'll all be sitting up. Especially when there's a baby owlbear in the corner with a sleeping halfling covered with pie.
I was about to say, are we bringing Andrea along, or...
Just in case next week you guys are still there. She can't appear out of nowhere yet.
So she...
So
did
we're
anybody
just bringing-
wake her, or did I just climb into the cart with her on back?
Poppy says, "Yeah, the owl bear just climbed into the cart. There was a half. I assumed your friend from last night, halfling climbed on top. Well, stayed on top. I don't know how she's staying on top. She's like hugging this thing really tight, I guess. Well, I guess we're all ready to go. I'll drive. Do you want to help Daniel?" I was like, "Please let me help." All right, fine. Ha! So horses start going, and you guys start traveling down the dirt-packed road. It is a nice day. Probably, since it's so early in the morning, probably around high 50s, low 60s. All the birds are chirping, like all the birds, chirping along. There's squirrels on the side of the road. There's chipmunks. It's like teeming with wildlife. And most of the most of the conversation is pretty quiet. Some of the archers are talking amongst themselves. Poppy is stone face, eyes on the road. Daniel just looks like he is trying to avoid his grandmother. Wanda is humming some weird tune and moving her hands in a weird way. Nothing happens to you guys. And yeah,
That didn't sound very convincing.
yeah, and
Nothing happens to you.
nothing happens. And it's I'm just, hurrying this along.
Yeah.
It is an uneventful ride to the kobold cave. When you guys get probably within 500 like 1,000 feet of it, Daniel halts the horses and he, ties a loose knot around one of the trees to have this horse in place, and he hops out with his shield and his sword and helps.
Somebody should tie up the owlbear as well.
Andrea is still snoring on the owlbear.
Are we gonna tie up the halfling?
I'm sure they'll
I'm
be
not
fine.
saying we tie up Andrew. I'm saying somebody should tie up the owlbear so that by the time we get back, the owlbear has not eaten our horses.
Wanda looks, oh, that small thing, and Poppy's like, I got this. So Poppy, just ties, very not snugly, but comfortably, to a little shrubbery, not far enough to get to the horses. I don't think a little thing like that's gonna eat a horse, but never can be too careful with these things.
It really likes carrots a lot.
Really, I'm a shame I didn't bring anything for any from breakfast. All right, commanders, Kobold Cave's that way. Do we have a plan?
Why bother with a plan? They always go to shit.
Man, Tilda's gotten dark.
Wow.
I like that Tilda's just given up on life. She's just, I hate everyone. I hate you guys. We don't have a plan. You're all gonna die. We're gonna die. Screw it.
Wanda's like, well, that's that. Well, Well, I could still make. I can still make somebody, invisible if you want me to.
Actually, if you can make somebody really hard to see,
Mm-hmm.
why don't we, once we're, a little closer, I mean, how long does this last?
I can make it last for about an hour.
Oh, okay, that's plenty of time. I look to Raine. If I were to give you some of these pouches of gunpowder, and she were to make you all invisibly, would you want to scout out the area and maybe put these in places where they could either cause distraction or damage?
That could work. Do that.
Okay. How many pouches was I able to whip up on our ride? Like 2 or 3?
4.
4?
4.
Cool. How much, what do you want me to do for, the damage on those?
Do 2d6 if they save with a dexterity roll.
Okay. Alright. So I give her, 3 of them. I give 3 of the pouches to Raine.
Okay.
And then I give actually everyone one of the flasks of oil.
Okay.
Spread that around.
Cool. All right. Nice. All right. I'll just do that. All right. Okay. So, Wanda goes up to you, Raine. So, tell me when you want me to do this.
Just look around, make sure we're all ready. And I guess now,
All right.
we head up there.
All right. She takes out a one. Did she say 1 or 2?
I think I gave just one to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
The flasks of oil I figured were cheaper, so the quantity, I figured I'd have a few more of them.
All right. Wanda puts her hand on your shoulder, and she mutters a couple of arcane phrases and casts invisibility. Oh. Also, at this moment, she plucks an eyelash from her eye, wraps it up in some gum, and then
What's
with one hand, and with the other hand, she puts her hand on your shoulder. The eyelash and the gum seem to dissipate, and you are then where once Raine stand, you do not see her anymore.
That's real creepy.
Agreed, Dolly.
Well,
Yeah.
that is all right. Gotta keep track. All right, so
Huh, would you look at that?
Yep.
It's an eyelash encased in gum Arabic.
Yep.
That's the material component.
Well,
Ugh.
have fun storming the lair. She waves to nothing. She waves to seemingly nothing.
Think it'll work? It would take a miracle.
In this group, it would take a minute.
Anybody
Hey,
want to go
come
with
on.
her?
No.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, so yeah, so you guys, well, Raine, what do you want to do now?
I was just reading invisibility, so no attacking, no spells. Okay, we're definitely good on one of those.
Yeah,
If she places an object, is that okay? Like, can she drop those pouches that I gave her?
Yeah, she can drop them.
Okay, all right.
It's not gonna, she just can't attack or cast a spell, which she doesn't have one of those, so she can't attack, but she can drop things if she wants.
Okay.
So do we maybe walk to the cave, a couple feet, give Raine a 5 or 10 minute head start and then walk towards the cave?
That's what I would assume.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good
They're like,
plan.
no, we're just taking off. Raine's gonna be wandering around inside cave by herself.
La-di-da-di-da, waste
It'll be
my power.
fine.
All right, Raine, tell me where you want to go.
Okay, so I'm actually going to go, same way this time. I'm going to be being careful. I'm
Right.
going to have speed. I know we had some traps up here.
Yep, where
So
the
let's
red
see if
marks
they've been
are still. Yep, you see they've been recovered, but since you've seen them already, you know where they are. The material over the holes is a slightly different shade, than the ones, than the shade on the ground. So you can.
Are the
Yes.
ball bearings
Pretty.
still there?
They have been cleared at this point.
Okay.
So I should delete that square. Or just leave it there because. Oh, there we go. They're gone. Alright, and this is what you remember you seeing from last
Okay.
time.
So I'm going to go to the right again, avoiding our traps.
I need you to roll
What can I...
perception if you want to look for traps.
Okay. And, skills.
Alright.
Ooh, yes.
Easily up ahead, you see 2 tripwires over here.
Do I hear anything, any noise, any, roaring manticores, that sort of thing,
You don't hear any roars, but you hear some chittering coming from this direction. And since you rode really well, The noise carries a little bit, and it seems to be chanting coming, well, from both directions, but here it sounds a little less muffled. So
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You should see 5 more squares. So let's say over there, and let's say over there, and then that's what you see. This tunnel splits. One goes straight toward on the left. The other one to the right splits into 2.
Okay. Can I disarm this tripwire without leaving invisibility?
Yeah, it's not an attack. I'm not gonna. You can do
Okay.
that if you wish.
Okay, I'm gonna do this one on the right because that's where I'm going in case I need to make a quick exit. So this should have a
Plus 5.
5. Yeah, so it's not
Oh,
in it already.
Jesus.
So it's a 14. So
All right.
it's not. I don't have it in there just in case, you know.
All right. I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Darn it.
All right. As you clip the wire, there is a sound.
So even at a 14, huh?
14.
It's a 1.
It's a 1,
All right,
Raine.
well.
It's a 1.
Dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
Of course that.
All right. You matrix yourself halfway as there is
I'm like,
this,
clip.
yeah,
Run.
this dart that goes just above your nose, like the tip of your nose, just, you know, the end just, you know, the feathered end just
Yeah, like
touch,
tickling
and
my nose.
yep, just goes into the wall and embeds itself there. Doesn't look like it raised, you know, you wait a couple seconds afterwards to see if it's raised any alarms, but it doesn't seem to.
Okay, so having narrowly dodged disaster once again, I will continue forward.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so there you go. And from here, you see that. But there is now the sound of, at this point, you recognize them well, kobold voices this way, and some, like, clicking sounds, it sounds like. Also coming from this tunnel, there is, with your fucking roll, there is the smell of charcoal burning. Yeah, you could see a little farther than that.
Okay, I am going to come back here and try. I don't want this thing grab. Can I see any further down this way?
Oh yeah.
Kinda
All right.
keep
So you see there are a group of 3 kobolds that don't seem to notice you. And there is what looks like a large group of halfling-sized grubs of orangish color, and a couple of those fire beetles that you fought earlier the day before. And it looks like that the kobolds are talking amongst themselves while the grubs seem to be feeding on refuse of some kind. You also see there are clusters of orange-red oval-shaped eggs jutting from the corners of this area that glow dimly red.
Did you see there's supposed to be kobolds over here?
Yeah, there are three of them just standing amongst them. I can put them down too.
Oh.
This is
Yeah, you don't have to, but
yeah,
I was wondering.
but there are 3 there. I'll just put 3, so you know there are 3 there. So, and they're just they seem to be chatting amongst themselves, looking a little alert, but at the same time kind of bored at the task that has been given to them.
Okay, so they're not really like paying any attention this way?
Mm-mm.
Nothing. Okay. So I'm going to go across this way, and I would like to put one of the pouches down, like right here.
All right, I will mark that. Right in front of you.
Yeah.
All right, so pouch right there. Okay, cool. When you look further in, like straight, you see the corner of a makeshift clean. It looks like you know, it's there's a glow coming from the inside. You see there is a kobold that pops out. Um, he looks like he has an armful of weapons. Not very, from this distance you can't really tell the make. And then he, puts them against a wall, and then he goes back inside of this makeshift structure.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to just get a little closer and see if I can see a bit more.
Okay.
And well, how long are we saying has passed since invisibility?
1, 2, 3, 4. It's only been like 5 minutes, probably.
Okay.
Nothing too long. You've been just taking quick looks around. At this moment, you hear, and I'm gonna.
If there's like light coming out, I stop up. I guess they're invisible.
Alright.
Doesn't really matter. Right.
At this point, you hear two kobolds coming from this way, seemingly not taking any notice of you, and continuing to make their way down this tunnel. She she does. She moves like 30 feet around, so zoom. Are you looking for anything particular while you're down there?
I'm just looking further in this room.
It looks like there along the walls there are like wooden racks where this creature has been, and it looks like from the outside you hear several muffled voices, in koboldish voices coming from in the structure. So it looks like there's more than one. There may be more than one in the structure, but every so often there looks like swords, spears, wooden shields reinforced with metal, that are dropped onto racks around this area. And you're a little closer to see the make of these weapons. They're not great. I mean, the blacksmith in Farrain, like the quality of weapons that the militia carries on them, definitely are better than the quality of the weapons these kobolds are making. But still can freaking hurt you if you stab them with the pointy end.
Okay. So yeah. Okay, so I'm going to continue towards the north, walking this way.
Alright, let's see. So you are... Alright. So when you peer into... This is an opened area, and when you peer from your side, you catch what looks like to be you've been in places with similar furniture. It looks like a stone pew of sorts. And
Okay.
just there are, currently two kobolds, as from afar sitting on this pew. And the chanting is getting louder in this area. It's now starting to echo, bouncing off the walls.
Okay, I am going to move forward. Let's see what they're chanting, so they're being led or anything like that.
All right. So you get.
I don't like that rolling.
All right. You see about to there then. Alright, so you see more pews. And you know, I didn't, you know, you see, so there's 6 there. You see there are at least 10 kobolds in this room. I don't feel like putting 10 kobolds in this room. But there are at least 10 kobolds in this room. They look like they're staring straight ahead. That's really where your field of vision ends.
So there are some on these back pews here?
Yep. So there are 2 here. Hold on. There are 2 here. There's 1 here. There's 2 here, so that's 5. There's another 2 here. Another 2 here. And it looks like there are 2 in the front. 1 on each pew. So 10 in total, and they look like they're straying straight ahead. They're chanting in Draconic something, they're
Do you understand?
You do? Okay. They are chanting something to the akin of a prayer of sorts. Something about serpents. It's a little hard to decipher because it's kind of a they're not speaking in rhyme so much, but it's like if you were listening to a church sermon, something like that, a tale of the serpent queen being led out of the darkness.
Oh, that sounds good.
All right.
As they sit there in complete darkness?
Are they in complete darkness?
Yeah.
Actually, there is some light, I should mention this, coming from here, so she would be able to see everything. Serpent Queen. The manticore, that you had fought previously, and I should put him here, is actually off to the side, next to what looks like a throne, made out of an assortment of bone and skulls. Raine sitting, and the manticore seems to be kind of curled up, wings tucked over, tucked away, and doesn't really seem to be paying attention to any of the chanting that's going on. On the throne, however, there is a large individual, large inside, but a medium creature, covered in green scales, and there is a snake-like head that this thing looks like a snake man. His head is of a serpent. His body, let me grab that tab. His body looks that of a man. And he currently is wearing green bracers and it has like a large scimitar that's propped up on the side of this throne.
Oh, so fun times all ahead. So Raine should definitely charge in and start killing things.
Killing
right?
things,
I mean,
yeah, of
that's
course.
obvious.
That's really obvious. Yeah.
Okay. If I look okay, I would like to. I am going to place.
You know what you need to do? Hold on. What you do is you sneak up behind the snake man, okay?
Hey, give it!
And then you put your knife, and just holding your knife isn't an attack roll. So you hold your knife just like directly in front of their throat. Then you slit their throat super fast and hope that with their death, everyone starts to worship you. Then you can take over the town and have the entire place and the town to yourself. And, mate with the manticore, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to place. I mean, like next time, definitely we'll definitely try that. Next time we come into a cult type lair. But for now, I'm going to place some powder here.
Wait, we're not panicking and leaving at this point? You're still placing powder?
Holy Mac. Just in
right,
case.
right over there. Okay.
Yeah. You can always get more powder if we have to. And
True.
Alright.
then I'm actually going to back up. And at this point, I'm going to back off and place. I don't know if I'm going to place the other one. I'm going to place I'm going to go back this way. And I'm being careful because I know I saw those two earlier, so I don't want to run them again.
You see those two approaching you, but they seem to take no notice of you. Any notice of you.
Okay, so just to be safe, and they're approaching me. You said they're coming back this way.
Yeah, they're coming back this way. They are talking amongst themselves. It doesn't look like that they see you. They've not even noticed you.
Okay, so I just hold still for a second up against the wall, wait till they get past, and continue on my way.
Okay.
Um, and I'm going to disarm this trap on my way out.
Okay. Roll.
And hopefully it's going to go a little better than the last time.
All right. Easily this time, since you are now familiar of how these things work. You take your thieves' tools. You go to you cut. You find 2 points on the tripwire, and you just easily cut through the fishing line, and the fishing line falls slowly onto the ground.
Okay, so I'm actually going to head out and report my findings.
Yep, the picking locks. Probably on sleight of hand checks as well. Yeah, sleight of hand checks. All right, you're gonna go out and report. So,
Yeah.
you outside. I almost forgot to tell you that there are about another 5 kobolds outside, so they didn't really notice you as you came in, anyways. So so 5 outside, 3 in the beetle area, probably around 3 in the makeshift hobo. So 3, 3, 3, 5. So 6, so 11. 10 in the worshipping room. So 21. And you have a snake man and a manticore.
Okay, so yeah. So once I get out where they are,
Alright.
I'm gonna draw kind of a little thing in the sand and the approximate. Yeah, and I'm going to 21 freaking kobolds. And of course, snake guy. And I'm like,
You can talk. You're not like,
yeah. So I describe how I went down only the right.
Yep.
side of the cave. Off to the right is some sort of hatchery with slugs and beetles and looks like kobolds, a couple kobolds. They got a whole freaking armory down next to it, and then I ran into a church service led by a manticore and a snake guy, and about 10 more kobolds. So yeah, we're doing really good, guys. And how much time has passed at this point?
At this point, Poppy's like, wait. Rewind back a little bit. Did you say a snake man?
Yes, but I know what these guys are.
Yeah,
Raine, I know.
you do.
Yeah.
You do? You know what these things are?
Yes, the what is it, Yanti? I'm horrible at pronunciations.
Yeah,
by the way.
Wanti.
Wanti. And the manticore praying to a
All right. Wanda says, one tea, huh? Haven't fought those in a while. Oh well. Ah. She straightens out her 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 cape. Well, that's a predicament. Manticore want tea and 21 kobolds. And that's one part of the cave. Well, what are you thinking, boss? It doesn't
think
look
you
like
guys should
she's
move.
phased by this at all.
I think you should move to a
I
different
like Wanda.
town.
Oh, we can. We'll be fine. We just should, and Daniel, yeah, we'll be fine. And Daniel's like, I just, jeez. Poppy's like, we can't leave. I mean, we at least have, 4 archers with us. Maybe.
Wait,
That-
are you actually
I'll
hoping
say-
my plan of her killing him is gonna work? Like,
Well,
okay,
if we
should you maybe before we have a complete plan, do we have like a few more minutes of this invisibility?
Yeah, you guys,
Yes, I was gonna ask him.
she's got like she's got like probably 40 minutes left on this.
Maybe
Okay,
duck
so-
down the other side of the caves, just see if there's any other surprises. Like, I don't know, a small city of Wanti, or like an ancient blue dragon, whatever is in the rest of the cave.
small details.
What were they
Um,
saying in the church
Oh yes,
service?
they were praying about leading, having the Serpent Queen being led out of the darkness.
Wait a minute, you said it was a snake man?
Yes, it
On
was a
throne?
Yanti.
But like, was it a male, or could you tell?
It had the body of a male figure, and the snake head.
So it's possible there's another one that they
Well,
are
this was just a priest of some kind,
Mhm.
and
maybe
the Serpent Queen is something.
theological.
Talga, do you know anything about the Serpent Queen?
You can roll religion if you want to.
I can try. Let's see.
Let's see how hungover Talga still is.
Find out.
Okay.
Oh yes!
Apparently, I know exactly who
everything.
she is.
You
We
know
are never letting you drink
everything.
ever again.
Okay.
Well, now that you
Um,
mention it,
So you try to recall anything in your religious studies about a serpent queen, and there is, you don't read about Wanti very often, but there is one specific text that you had come across in your youth. Hold on, let me go grab it. All right. This is what you know. Zahir is an evil god. Usually, depictions of Zahir are male. However, there is some conflicting text about that not currently, but in your studies. Some say that the Serpent Queen is actually Zahir's consort, not Zahir himself. Long ago, Zahir tried to defeat Tiamat. However, could not. It was unclear what happened to Zahir, but Zahir's mate, or supposed mate, a serpent woman named Anith, was cast away into the void. There's very, very little text about her. Most of the texts do focus on Zahir, but you do recall that if they are worshiping a serpent queen, Anith would be the one that they pray to. As for what she can do, she was, the counterpart of the god of darkness and poison, so employed the same tactics. Um, Desires also in the text that describe her. Um, yeah, there's not too much on her, but you do recall knowing that she was cast into the void after the battle versus Tiamat had been lost. That's it.
How much gunpowder would it take to just blow up this whole hillside?
Probably more than we have.
Probably a lot more than you have.
Probably more than we have, darling.
Okay, so what's on the other side of the cave?
And Raine trudges off.
Fine.
You hear footsteps walking
believe in
away
you.
from you.
This is a slight sigh. So heading back in, being careful to avoid the traps and whatnot.
roll a stealth check with advantage because you're invisible, and roll another perception check.
Okay, stealth.
All right. You are awesome at stealth.
With advantage.
Especially with the invisibility, they don't hear shit. There are some coming this way. There are some voices. You hear nothing coming from this direction.
Okay.
And you can see. Let me draw you some stuff. All right, so you can see all that. So this tunnel going this way. You see another tripwire glinting from some of the not even glinting from some of the moisture in here. And no, I can't hear it. And then from here you see all the way up to there. Okay, excellent. You see a tunnel leading this way. There are voices coming from this tunnel.
Okay, helps if I have mic on. I'm going to go up this way and disarm. So there's one right here.
Yep.
Disarm it, just because these type of things tend to be more trouble than they're worth.
Especially when you're running back. Quick. Yeah. Yep. Easily, you can. It's a little rougher than the other one, but you easily cut the ends. Fishing line falls to the ground. At this point, you are all right. So when you walk down that way, you start seeing clusters of mushrooms. Not large mushrooms, but clusters of fungi that are just growing on the ground. It looks like there is one kobold here with a rake of some kind, and he's quietly just raking the ground. Looks like he's gathering mushrooms and putting them into a pouch.
I'm just gonna get just a little closer to get a picture, kind of by this rock, kind of hiding against it, even though, it's kind of natural, even though I'm invisible, so I got those rogue instincts.
Yep. They're hold on, not there. No, not there. You see that way. Okay, cool. It's literally covered a blanket of mushrooms, and it looks like there's just one poor fella just grumbling to himself as he's raking these mushrooms, dusting them off, putting them in his pouch. Every once in a while you see him pop one, looking at one nicer looking mushroom, dusting it off, and then popping it into his mouth instead of his pouch.
Okay, so fireman having a snack. Sounds good. Okay, so other than walk past that guy, I am going to go back this way.
Okay.
Still look for traps as I go, as I start exploring up this way.
So you are kind of looking this way. There is a... the other way? That way. Oh, that way.
Yeah, this wasn't a open side.
Okay, that's fine. But yeah, there's a narrow tunnel going down that way.
Okay, so I'm gonna go up here and listen / look for anyone coming down the tunnel.
All right, you don't hear. Roll a perception check for me.
Okay.
Okay. There is the sound in this direction. There is the sound of kobolds coming from this direction. Some chattering, and then there's a gurgling sound, and that's it.
Kind of for. See any further like right here? Where is?
Oh yeah, you
Here?
can see.
Can I
You can
see you
definitely.
peeking around?
Yep, you're just peeking around the corner. All right.
Yeah.
Let me just. It's right there. Yeah, you could see there. All right. So you're peeking right here. There's a tunnel that goes up, and there's You see that.
You're so boned. No. Okay. I am going to move forward. Especially with the traps, because this would be a good place to have one.
Yep.
Peeking around the corner here.
All right. You can actually see mostly up that tunnel. It's a darkened tunnel, and what you see are groups of large eggs. Well, large for you, larger than chicken eggs, definitely. In what is most discerning about this area, so there are eggs covering the ground in small, stone-made nests. However, what catches your eye immediately is there is currently a dead kobold in what looks to be a large manticore's mouth at the end of the tunnel. And when I say large manticore, I don't mean large in muscle. I don't mean large in muscle, because her form looks smaller than the manticore in the church area, but it's her stomach area that looks quite large. And there are several kobolds backing away from her, and she currently has the poor gurgle that you had heard must have been this kobold that she has in her massive paw, and she just tears the head off and starts and there's a snickening crack as the skull is crushed between her jaws.
Okay, so I am not exploring further with another manticore at my back, so I'm going to go this way and report on the state of our bone nest, because we are very, very boned.
Okay.
Okay.
Quietly
So,
making your way back. Little kobold is still farming away.
okay. Just so you know, I want to see like if maybe we have like a Manticore Bridge Club up here. I am going to sneak up.
Okay, all right, that's cool. You come up this way, and you see this. You see, so it looks like it turns in a little bit.
Okay, and I'll risk a peek around the corner because
Alright.
I'm just curious at this point, to be honest.
All right, you peek around the corner, and this appears to be an empty area. There is some refuse on the ground. It looks like this is maybe their trash area. And, there's like broken crates, and
That's where they're gonna dump our bones.
there's some bones in there. Not human bones, but like bones of probably smaller creatures and of the like. Maybe some bones of dead kobolds as well. You see like an arm sticking up from a bone pile. Long dried up. But yeah, this looks like a refuse area.
Okay, so I will go back and yeah.
At this point,
Peace out.
Yeah, at
Peace.
this point, you know your invisibilities might not last that much longer. Yeah, you figured you have like 10
I'm getting
to
out.
15
Yeah.
minutes. Okay. All right, and
Sorry.
you walk out and you report back. The kobolds outside seemingly not noticing you guys. You.
So the good news is there's not quite as many enemies on the other side of the cave. The problem is it's
Awesome.
a
That's good
pregnant
news.
manticore. So
A pregnant manticore?
well, I wouldn't call her fat to her face, so I'm pretty sure she's pregnant. Yes, a manticore, pregnant manticore with She seems to be having kobold cravings at the moment.
Oh, well, at least there's less kobolds. Silver lining.
And I add to my haphazardly drawn
Map.
on the floor, but for all the good it's going to do us at this point.
So, do you think we could just wait it out and she would eat all the kobolds?
I'm guessing no, just based upon the fact that her manticore lover appears to be helping lead the other kobolds in prayer or assisting somehow.
Damn.
So I would not bet on that.
So, we have a count of 25-ish, I'm guessing.
Yeah, at this point, about 25-ish.
2 manticores.
Yep.
An unknown amount of room after the pregnant manticore. And a trash heap. Where's the treasure that we were supposed to be clearing out of here? Have you seen a single shiny thing anywhere?
That was the worst part. I couldn't even speak of it.
I wanted to go and just escort that person from Algor. But
Maybe we could take the escort quest. Do you think we could just go back and take the escort quest now?
At this point, the archers kind of look at each other and are like, "Oh, fuck." Wanda still looks like her happy self. Poppy, already has the maul out and the shield, on her in her right hand. She's left-handed. And Daniel is kind of contemplating his life choices.
I also wanted to go back to Vox when we were chased out of here by the first manticore. But no one else in the town was equipped enough to go back into the cave.
They aren't.
But neither are we.
Well,
What I said.
no
one would listen to me.
No one likes to hear I told you so. Talga, Tilda, there's a T in your name.
I wouldn't have to say I told you so if people would just listen to me in the first place.
Wanda,
I don't see your point.
Wanda, at this point, steps up. The invisibility at this point, Raine, fades from you. She stands and she taps the tips of her fingers and just looks around, and she says, "So 25 kobolds, 2 manticores, and a possible wanty." And at this point, her face has gone dead serious.
That seems to be about the bit of it, yes.
All right. If I may, I have a couple silence spells in my arsenal. It sounds like the right side of the tunnel is less populated, and I don't know anything about pregnant manticores, but she's pregnant, she's big, she won't be able to fly. She might be a sitting target. Maybe that's why she's in the hatchery. We could try to take her out first, at least. I can hold silence. I have 2 spell slots for silence. If we can cause them, if we can get in, make sure we don't make any noise. Get her first at least. Then we can probably worry about the other 2. Poppy, what you have? Poppy, and you see Poppy is grinning.
Oh god.
Poppy's like, well, I got a few things up my sleeve, if need be. But, she looks to the rest of you are my commanders, and as with commanding, Well, Daniel, what do you think? Daniel's like, I don't know. I'm still contemplating my life's choices at this point. All my
Okay,
life
so
choices.
does anyone know anything other than about Wanty other than just they're snake people who are assholes? Like, Poppy or Daniel or weird old lady. Have you guys ever fought any of them? Wanda.
Weird old lady.
Wanda looks and says, "Yeah, I've encountered one before. Well,
Let me guess. They're poisonous and can what? Teleport or something?
well, Reindeer, you said that the Wanty that was in there had a snake head but a human body, right?
That's correct.
Those are usually the middle class of the Wanty. The ones that you want to look out for are the ones that are like snake body, as well as like two-handed. So he's probably not their top guy.
Wait, you're saying that there's probably more of them?
No, I'm probably. So usually Wanty don't come out of the wilds very often. It's very unusual that there's even one here. And they are these Wanty are usually the fighting type. So there won't be much magic to them. Yes, they do have a poisonous bite. But they they don't have much in terms of armor. So the best thing to do is hit them hard and hit them fast. Focus all fire on them if we're gonna fight. I have a couple tricks up my sleeves to take him out of the fight. It could give us a few probably 18 seconds until he can engage. I can do that.
Okay. Question. The silence that you're able to do.
Yeah.
What and how large an area and how long are we speaking?
20 feet, 1 minute.
So whatever happens has to happen quickly.
You sure does.
Now, okay, just out of curiosity, alright, say we're at, and let me get over here. Like, okay, if shit's going down in this part of the cave, the hatchery part, and somebody casts silence over this area, does that mean that, like, for 1 minute, any sounds created in that area don't go anywhere? Is that how that works?
Yeah. Anything within my silence, you won't hear outside of the area.
Which would include, would we be able to, Bryn and I, would we be able to do certain spells because
if
they wouldn't have,
right?
They have a verbal component,
If they have
right?
a verbal component, you wouldn't be able to. So I would tell
But
you.
we could be outside of it and cast them into it, right?
Right.
Yes, that is correct.
So we'd want to silence the area that was like on top of the manticore, thus any roars and such wouldn't travel. Got it. Now
And
within
we'd
the
have
bubble,
to keep her within the bubble.
now
of
within the bubble of
silence.
silence, no sound is made. So like, you're not able to hear other people within the silence, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Would you be better off just like putting the bubble of silence like at the entrance, kind of like of where the area where she is?
I mean, I'm
Then travel out
assuming
of
that
it.
I'm assuming that sound travels around the bubble. So, like, I'm assuming that you couldn't put it at the entrance of the cave, and like the whole cave would be muted, right?
No, it wouldn't.
Well, her particular area. That's the
Oh,
thing.
okay, yeah, I got what you're saying. Okay, I thought you meant like we were gonna use the
No.
silence like a cork. Like you can just like screw it up.
Poppy,
Careful.
But it's the same basic concept that we can't do that over by her particular area.
Yeah.
Poppy raises her hand at this point too. I also have the silence spell, so I could help out with that if need be.
So that means we've got 3 times that we could make a minute window of no one calling for help. Right?
Yeah. I also could yeah, among my arsenal, there are a couple things I could do to take her down really quick. But the thing is, do we want to? I mean, I can blow everything on her, and we can. I mean, between Wanda and me and you guys, if we just throw everything at her at once, it might be able to take her down. It doesn't even seem like she's, as big as she is. Will she be able to get airborne? Does anybody know?
Okay, here's the question. How likely do you think it is if we were to clear one part of the cave? Like, say we go in and we take out Pregos, all right? If we use all our spells and we just, like, retreat, how likely do you think it is that they're going to attack the village? Really likely. But here's the thing. Say we go in, okay, we manage to just somehow blast the hell out of that creepy-ass cult thing with the snake dude and not Prego Manticore and the bajillion little kobolds. What if we were to silence that, somehow manage to kill them? Prego Manticore is probably not going to come after us, right? So, if we were to use all of our spells, retreat is less likely to be followed. Just saying. If we had to retreat, if we had to do this in pieces from being wounded or whatever, running out of explosives.
Right.
Right, guys? I mean, one's an easier target, one is more likely to retaliate.
That's true.
If you didn't finish looking through the tunnels back where Pregos is, correct?
No,
You're
I was
welcome,
going to
by the
leave the
way.
manticore at my back.
Poppy.
So
Poppy
we don't
raises-
know what's down those other tunnels.
Could even be a Manticore Bridge Club or something.
Poppy raises a hand. Wanda, I'm gonna defer to you since you fought a Wanty before. Could I take it on while the others focus on the manticore? And at that moment, Wanda takes a really long, hard look at Poppy and says, "I think you could. I don't think the kobolds will be much of an issue. That we could just wipe them out like tissue paper. But let's see.
Now, okay, not that I'm trying to put anyone in line of fire here, but dwarves are resistant to poison, right? Like, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not trying to kill our dwarf. She's
I was about to
adorable.
say, this whole strategy of put Talga on the front lines is really bad considering she's our healer.
Oh yeah, good point. Never
I'll be
mind.
fine.
It doesn't matter how resistant to poison you are.
Poppy says,
in
I
general,
also have fog
sorry.
cloud.
What?
I have fog cloud, says Poppy.
I don't know what that is.
I can make the area harder for people to hit us. So,
But would it not also make it harder for us to hit them?
yes, it would. But that would be a retreat spell. Just saying, if things go really bad, and we have to get the hell out of there.
Okay, what about as for retreat? Okay, if something goes wrong, I can cast sleep. Does anyone else have anything that would temporarily put people down? Like anything?
Wanda
Tilda, your
raises.
hold person only holds people, right?
People. Yeah,
Okay,
humanoids.
Thought I would check.
Wanty are
Wait, is it
humanoids.
humanoid?
Wanty are
Wanty
humanoids.
Are humanoids?
Well, it depends on which shape they're in.
What?
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. They can be shape. These types are shape changers as well.
Oh, well, there we go. That just
Fantastic.
But Wanda says I know sleep as well. So
okay. So
What a day for me to roll really high on my portent rolls.
okay. So which side do we want to take out first? Do we want to go with the one that we can probably retreat from if need be? Do we want to take out the church, or do we want to take out the hatchery? I mean, we can possibly take them both out, but like if we had to do one first to make sure that it's the one we do, which one do we want to do first?
Did there seem to be any sort of urgency with the church service, Raine? Did they seem to be attempting to actually bring something back now, as opposed to just in a general future time?
Oh no, they're probably summoning a snake god right now. You know that, right? I mean, there's probably a portal opening because she's probably timing this, just like the magpie bullshit.
Rain, roll a religion check for me.
Oh god.
Seriously though, I call dibs on barbarian when we all die. Okay, for the next party. I have a great concept.
You have no idea. It just looked like a regular church service to you. Like there weren't any candles being lit. The guy was just sitting in his throne.
Well, here's a question then.
It didn't look important, but I don't go to a lot of church.
Okay.
Just I know that. Surprisingly
Tilda
small, but...
cast comprehend languages on herself, and I know Draconic. Raine, did you hear the chant well enough to maybe tell us part of it? In case, I mean, Tilda's all learned, and I mean, I'm from Cleric. I might have heard something, since it's a kobold thing, maybe.
Well, I do understand Draconic, so I probably can decently repeat what they said. I imagine maybe, I don't know, maybe you need a roll or something.
Like, could she maybe
actually
mimic a phrase so we could get an idea?
She knows Draconic, so she could tell you what they said.
It's actually a very rare dialect.
Well, you know how, like, sometimes in, like, and because she mentioned church service, I was kind of thinking about how, like, if you go to, like, a Catholic mass, like, there's, like, a chanting version of Latin they do, and it sounds kind of weird.
No,
Right.
So I was thinking it could even be, like, a slurry type of speech that you might have trouble with, you know?
No, it was pretty much straight Draconic. It was about how they were going to raise the queen out of the darkness. Something about that she will rise again. She will be at the side by his side again. And the kobolds seem to, like Raine, the kobolds seem to be listening intently. The manticore didn't look like it was doing anything. Looked like it was like half asleep. And it's all the Wanty was doing was sitting in its makeshift throne.
Okay,
Perhaps
that
I mean, it's
language...
the bathroom. You guys can plan.
Perhaps we can bargain with the pregnant manticore.
With what? Feeding it extra kobolds? What do you...
Yes.
Exactly that. All the kobolds. And her freedom. Perhaps.
Yeah, but
I don't know if she'd necessarily want freedom, but if we were able to convince her to fight with us and promise her every kobold corpse.
I don't know if they're tasty enough to warrant that. I feel like she would just think that we were easier targets.
Pregnancy cravings are strange, dearie. Now, trust me from experience when I say.
Some people want kobolds. What can you say?
Who are we to say what she can't and won't be
I might
bribed
even
with?
be able to prestidigitate and because one of the effects of prestidigitation is like flavoring up food. I mean,
Would you
Make
like
it
your
tastier.
kobold barbecue?
Damn, flavor.
look, I'm just throwing it out there because
Hey, if I kill them with fire, then they are kind of barbecued, right?
yep.
Like that's kind of like a crispy barbecued kobold. That's even better than regular kobold.
Are you trying to feed the manticore?
We're
yes.
thinking about it.
Okay, that's fine.
Tilda has mentioned bribing the manticore with food because of pregnancy cravings.
Okay.
And taking flavor onto them.
Yeah, because prestidigitation, one of the effects is flavoring them up.
Okay, that's a possible thing. Yes, it is.
That is definitely a thing.
I've never heard. I mean, this is the first time I've heard, flavoring up a kobold, and so first time for everything in my games.
Look, the books said that if we could offer the manticore something better than what it has.
Yeah, but
It might
unless
be-
we offer it like the town, I don't know if we can actually like give it enough that it wants. Unless we offered it the town and then double crossed it.
I was just about to say that, darling. That perhaps maybe that's the key.
But what if it sees through our lies? Then it's just going to try to eat us with the kobolds. Also, if we're talking to it, that means there's not a silence. It could raise the alarm before we even got a chance to mention a deal. Especially because kobolds are little assholes and start screaming the moment they see anything and have to go with everyone.
So we silence the kobold.
Yeah, but it's like
Or we
creepy.
put the silence over them. Can you hear things when you're in the silent bubble?
When you
Like if
Yes,
somebody's
definitely.
outside the silent bubble talking to you?
you can hear them. I mean, you can hear them. You just can't hear anything that comes out. I believe that's how it works. I'm gonna double check. But
If
I
you're
believe.
inside it, you're deadened.
Okay. Yeah, you are
Well-
deafened. Okay, never mind.
Fuck.
So at best, what we're gonna
I say
do?
we
Hold
just-
up a sign? We're gonna put on a sandwich board and walk in there? Is that what we're gonna do?
Eat it,
Hey,
Joes.
Daniel. Hold on, Daniel. Look,
Yes.
we know that you don't like your life anymore anyway.
What?
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a sign on your chest that says, "Dear Prego Manticore, turn on your mate and we'll give you a town." And you're just gonna run in there and try to make it to the hatchery. Okay, buddy?
Daniel just
Because
kind
your
of
chances
looks
are not
at
great.
you like with this incredulous look, like, please tell me you're joking. I mean,
I think we're overcomplicated. Let's just go in there, silence it, kill it. Do the same with the other one. Let's assume it's gonna go well.
Okay,
Because it has to eventually.
but which side do we go on? We still have to choose a side because we can't. There's no way we can split up and do it. We have to actually do one side together and then the other side, definitely. I mean, sure, we've got two people with silences, but if we were to split ourselves up,
Mother
then
first, because otherwise we have to go through the slugs, the hatchery. We'll never get to them before. We can't have something at our back. It'd be a lot easier to kill the pregnant one and then either run or
okay.
move on to the
So
others.
let's say we go in. The mushroom farmer, you could probably sneak up to him and just stab him in the back or something, right?
Probably.
Before he could raise an alarm, even without magic, you could
Hopefully.
probably kill him. Or maybe even one of the archers could take a shot. So, okay. Who are we taking in with us? I say we leave at least one person out here, because either to catch anyone that runs out, or if we don't come out, to go back to town. I mean,
you have 4 archers standing right behind you guys.
yeah, but like I'm saying, like one person at least should be out here. One of these archers, one of the poor red shirts, need to
Did
stay
the,
out here.
Thank you.
Did the mushrooms give off any sort of phosphorescence and light?
No, they only appear to be like plain button mushrooms.
Regular mushrooms.
Regular
Okay.
mushrooms.
He was actively eating some of them.
I understand that, but you know.
I mean, they still could be weird. I'm still thinking there might be like some sort of mind controlling fungus in that room. I'm not ruling it out.
Or, poisonous or something like that, yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, one of those ones that shoots spores out and then everyone dies.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that'd be sweet. Okay, so we're gonna take down. All right, so let's say we take 2 archers with us, leave 2 out here. Obviously, we'll have to like how many people are at the mouth
The
of the
archers
cave?
are all human, right?
Yes.
Fuck.
I mean, Wanda and Poppy said they both have access to a light spell as well.
But that means there's no stealth since there's obviously lights.
Yeah.
And there's
Okay,
Poppy said
I mean,
it's possible we can do it like a rope system until we get to where we need to go and have the people who can see up front and lead us there.
there were kobolds at the mouth of the cave, or were there just a few?
There are about 5.
Okay, so what we do is we take those out first as fast as we can. We have everyone take a different target, so we kill them all. After they're dead, what we could do is we can have Raine try to stealth up to any kobolds that are by themselves. So Mushroom Harvest dude could maybe be silenced, and then maybe check and see if anyone's in the trash pile room, and then we could head to the hatchery and then just silence and try to kill everyone at once. Is that our plan?
Sounds like it.
honestly, I don't know. Let's just go charging in there.
Okay.
What's the point of making a plan? Why don't we just go charging in there and we'll just...
The flasks of oil we have, you can toss those and then things can be set on fire. So you could always toss one at a manticore or a group of kobolds and oil them up. Yeah. And then I have 1 pouch of gunpowder and Raine has 1 pouch she hasn't set down, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, if we want to go, let's go.
All right.
We're all gonna die.
You guys are fine. All right, so you guys start heading towards the mouth of the cave. How far do you want to go before you stop? Like, do you just want to rush towards the cave? Do you want everybody to pick? Do you want the ranged targets to pick each pick a far target and just wail at them? What's up with the mouth of the cave?
I think we could. We've got 4 archers. I can do a ranged spell, and Raine, you have a bow and arrow, right?
No, she's got daggers, but I've got magic missile.
Daggers.
Well, but that takes a spell slot. I can use a ranged attack that doesn't use a spell slot. So I can cantrip, and then they can use ammo, and then everyone still has all their spells. So I think we should go with that. That way, one of them's going to survive and raise the alarm. Boom.
Whatever, I'm following you guys. Like, honestly, I'm so tired of thinking about this.
Wanda says, I also have a ranged spell that won't use up a spell slot, so I can help you guys with that too. And Poppy, do you have a ranged spell? And Poppy's like, nope. I'm going hit everything. All right, I'll help. And one says I can help out with the archers too. I have a bow and arrow as well.
Okay. Let's go.
All right. So you guys get to the cave. Are you guys trying to be quiet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll try.
Okay. All right. Okay. You get to about, say, 150 feet. The kobolds seem to...
Are they in front of the cave or inside the cave?
They're in
or-
front of the cave. They're just meandering about.
Okay, behind the pikes and stuff like that?
Yep.
Okay.
They don't seem to notice you. Because I can't roll higher than a 5.
Oh, good. Then we might not actually die this time.
Maybe. Yep, can't roll higher than 5. I bought new dice at PAX. No things higher than 5. Alright, what do you guys want to do?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna stay to the back of the group since they apparently don't need me.
Okay. I am going to... Okay, archer, so they're picking a different target. I need to get to the kobold page. Alright, so you all quietly, or as quietly as possible, make your way towards the entrance of the cave. You know, they don't seem to notice you. +5 to everything. Okay. Wow. Alright, and then D8. D8. +3. Okay. So, everybody waits for Bryn's signal as she starts to cast. And as soon as they see the firebolt leave her hand, they, with arrows notched, they take aim, and there is a shoot, 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 shoot. Four arrows simultaneously hit the chests of these kobolds, and they slump over dead. The one that Bryn had fired at ignites and just there is a moment where the flame licks his feet and then just engulfs him from the feet up.
See, that doesn't look that tasty. I don't think that we could feed it to the manticore.
Raine said that she saw the manticore eating kobolds. We don't know what looks tasty to a manticore.
I hope never to know. Ever. I don't want to know.
Okay, so wipe them out, and I guess we're moving up, huh?
Okay. Alright, I am going to put tokens on the ground. Alright. There you go. My cat is now, not my cat, my Brandon's cat's now meowing. Talga. Talga.
Tell Scuzzy we said hi.
Scuzzy says hi too. Annoyingly. She's very, very... Did yours get on there? Is it somewhere else?
I'm not on there.
I am working on it.
Yep, it's fine. It's fine.
Everything's fine. Everything is absolutely fine. Why won't yours go on?
Oh,
there we go. There you go.
there I am.
There you are.
I can actually see a version.
I see several versions of you actually by accident.
Yeah.
They were dragged up there. All right, and then I'm going to move Wanda, Poppy, and Daniel. Really? There's no dragon. Dragon token costs a lot. Dragon.
So this is Wanda. Yes.
Yeah, that's Wanda. Dragon kin? Is that what you let me do? Of course not. Okay, Poppy's gonna be a normal person. Because all the dragon stuff costs money. Cleric. That works fine. Cleric. And then Daniel, so fighter. And you're keeping 2 of the archers outside.
Yes.
Okay, that's Daniel.
He's small.
He's very small because tokens.
Of course he's small because he's the son of the other one, and so he has to be smaller.
No, he's the grandson of Wanda.
Yep.
Thus even smaller.
And they're your 2 archers. Okay, so I'll say you took Keith and Mark with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna call them red and blue. You
Red
know
and
that,
blue.
I
right?
was about to say, yeah.
Okay. All right. What are you guys doing? How are you guys heading up?
Well, I would say those of us with dark vision should probably be kind of in front. So, does Talga have what? Do dwarves have dark vision?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of course we do.
They're in mountains all the time.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, so Talga, myself, Raine, Dragonkin, do they have dark vision?
The Dragonborn,
Dragonborn.
I believe, do not have dark vision, but I'm going to double check that because.
So it's just Poppy and me back in the.
Well,
the
Poppy,
back.
you, the archers,
Yep,
Daniel,
that's right.
Daniel.
Yep.
So.
Okay, so it's not just me then.
Nope, it's
They
not
can
just
surround
you.
me.
Dragonborn. I do not believe they trait, size, speed. No, they do not have dark vision. They can breathe.
Okay.
They can breathe lightning, but don't have dark vision. All right.
Okay.
So I'm gonna separate the humans, into a group so I can move them and the Dragonborn, like so. Okay, you can be among them too. Wanda is already, cracking, her knuckles. All right, where do you want me?
Well, first of all, you should probably turn around and face the way you're going.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
All right. So 1 second. Okay. All right. You guys don't hear anything?
So what do we got? Like a rope passed back to everyone, one of the humans, and everyone else holding hands, or what?
Never ending. We have the never ending rope.
Well, we can just tie it around everyone's waist, like kids at the mall.
Got the little monkey backpacks on.
Do you guys really want to do that?
Wear a monkey backpack.
No.
It's not classy.
No.
All right.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Sorry.
I don't think we should be tying anyone together. I can see how that's gonna go bad.
Yeah, that's
Daniel
gonna
says,
be a horrible idea.
I can hold the rope. We could just hold the rope. It's okay.
Don't let go.
I won't let go. Believe me, I'm not gonna let go.
Okay.
Because Raine will run your ass over on the way out.
Yes, you will. Indeed.
All
Trust
right.
me. We've had the experience.
Do we see anyone in this area?
Currently no.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess Raine will stealth ahead.
Okay.
That always goes well.
All
Just do it just far enough that we can see when we should come forward. I guess maybe go a few feet and then motion us forward, and then we can just go that way.
Yeah.
If you want to
So
do that.
I guess I'd be saying I'm moving at half speed. I guess.
Okay.
I
So
should
let's
have
say
advantage
30
on
feet
stealth on it.
because dark vision's at least 60 for those who can see in the dark. So I'll ask you to move in 30 feet increments and reroll stealth as so.
Okay, so I will move up to here then,
All right.
and stealth.
Okay. Cool.
Could be cooler.
All right. Roll a perception for me, please.
Oh God, we're all gonna die.
Which one of us? All of us? Or
Raine. She's up ahead. All right.
Ugh.
Everything's fine, guys. Everything's fine. Don't worry.
You don't hear anything. All right.
She doesn't hear anything at all?
Well, she just hears the ambiance of the cave and like the same sort of noises as she heard earlier on, but nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Okay.
so another 30 feet, so it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Alright. That kobold you saw earlier is still raking up mushrooms.
Is he facing towards me?
Is he? He's facing away from you.
Okay.
Knife in the back. Knife in the back.
Yep, that's I'm to stealth my way up.
Ding.
Ready. Guys, this is where it all goes wrong. I'm sorry.
Yep. This is always where it goes wrong.
Yeah, so I'm stealthing up to him.
Okay.
Tell me when I need.
Alright, he's around
I'm try-
here, actually. He's raking this patch of mushrooms right now.
Okay, so I'm trying to avoid also stepping on mushrooms. Just
Okay, you see
anything
the
making
patches
noise.
as they are.
And what did you say was right here?
Yep.
What we said? Okay, so assuming I'm close enough, I'm going to stabby stab.
Alright, you have advantage. You are. This is a surprise round.
We have to decide to use that thing in advance, right? Just if okay, we should be fine. I got 2 attacks here, so how bad could I really
Snake
be?
eyes.
Oh god. I'm scared.
Come on, Raine.
You can do it. See? That's why I tell you.
Yes.
So you insert your dagger in the back of his neck, right where his skull and his vertebra meet. There is a as he just freezes up. Your dagger just slides in between those 2 pieces of bone, and he just falls limp in face first in a pile of mushrooms.
He died as he lived.
Face first in a pile of mushrooms.
What are the rest of you are doing?
Okay.
I am going to head up the passageway kind of after her. So,
Okay.
do you want me to roll a stealth, or am I just like I'm gonna be moving quietly, but I'm not?
Just roll
Necessarily.
stealth. It's cool.
Okay,
Okay.
and then I can go 35.
Yep.
She is not playing the trumpet as she walks.
Nope, not at all. Except she is.
Wanda starts following you as well. She
Is that
quietly.
like 5 squares?
Yep. She makes her way, making her way by your side,
Making your way downtown.
over there, looking very, looking around. The rest of you, what are you doing? And if you're
Following behind, very quietly.
okay,
As quietly as my dwarven self can make it.
Yeah, I'm bringing up basically like somewhere in the middle of the, with like
Oh, I could try to roll for stealth. This is going to be fun.
the rest of these guys behind
Oh,
me.
boy. Oh boy.
all right, they do.
Wow, I hadn't
Actually,
even.
no.
I was still thinking that when you rolled the 7.
Okay.
So stealthy, guys.
Jesus Christ.
All right, you're okay. I need everybody to roll a perception check for me.
Everyone?
Just the people in the vicinity of Talga.
What are you gonna
Including
see?
Talga.
Oh my god!
Wow.
I can't see for shit, but
Tilda's
apparently
using
You
fucking echolocation up in here.
you guys could
Like
hear.
Daredevil.
There are a set of footprints coming up the tunnel. What are you guys doing? Set footprints. Set footfalls. Footfalls, not footprints, because you can't hear fucking
okay.
footprints.
So footfalls coming from which direction?
This direction.
that direction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cast light on my arcane focus
Okay.
and hope that the others.
At this point, just go ahead and
These-
cast light on Talga. Come on. It's you
Could
might
I?
as well.
You could.
No, I don't. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. So, the others can. These others can like see and hear around
Yeah.
that way, right? So I'm gonna cast light on my arcane focus
All right.
and hope that
There
these
is-
guys
There is
take out.
some dim light, and then you see about 60 feet ahead of you those two, like the two patrolling kobolds, coming just up that tunnel, looking very surprised because they looked like they were checking out a noise. You guys have to jump on them. While you guys are doing that, Wanda points into in their direction, um, saying to them that your mama's so fat that she has her own zip code. Casting vicious marker. And hits.
Sure.
Actually. All right. What are the rest of you doing?
Can I see them?
You can see them. You
Then I'm casting a firebolt at them.
Okay.
Firebolt!
All right. That is not going to hit.
Damn
it.
I tried.
Wait. Oh shit. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
You already rolled it, so never mind.
With
But what
the,
about
Remember the ones you
these
anyway.
folks here?
yeah, with the light, they're gonna take shots as well.
Yes, thank you.
Let's see. One of
That
them
was the whole
crit.
point of the light.
One of them crit. One of them hit. And they annihilate them.
Awesome.
Okay.
And as soon as that's done, I douse the light.
There is like shoop shoop shoop. Several arrows going into several bodies. Okay.
Were there two? It was two kobolds?
Two kobolds with several arrows into little bodies.
Okay.
Tiny little bodies. Pin-cushioned. At that moment, you see Wanda look left and Wanda, looking down the tunnel as she quietly tiptoes her way towards the bodies and takes, the legs and starts dragging them in your direction.
What are you
Wanda's
doing?
done this before.
Oh, dearie. You don't want any other patrols finding these guys, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Somebody give an old woman a hand.
I help her drag some dead kobolds out of the way.
What about down there's pit traps there, aren't there?
Yeah, there are? Oh, I see. There are.
Nearby?
With a family, oh, ah!
At this moment, you see Wanda lift up the tarp of the pit trap. Spiky. And just, shove a body underneath the tarp. You hear a dull thunk as the body impacts the ground. Why don't you put the one you've got there, dearie, under this tarp?
I drag it pretty close and I kind of nudge it under with my foot. I'm trying to touch it minimally. It's disgusting. They're not cute.
Okay. All right. What are you guys doing? Raine, what are you up to?
I'm gonna peek around this corner and see if this is where the blue dragon is.
Okay.
Sure.
You peek around the corner. There is an ancient blue. No. You see more mushrooms.
Okay. And then I'm gonna head back down
Okay.
towards my group. I'm assuming. I'm not running. I'm just going back. So if
Avoid the mushrooms.
All right. All right. Right. You see them. They seemed a little startled for some reason. You don't know why.
come on, guys, it's clear. Let's go.
All right.
What the hell's taking so long?
Wanda nods and looks to the rest of the group and starts walking besides Byrn again. Very quietly.
I'm gonna tell Talga there's another pit trap over there. Right there. I remember
Alright.
from when we were in the cave beforehand.
Alright. I'll be careful.
Avoid it.
Oh, alright.
Don't fall in it, as you do with pit traps. Okay, as you guys, do you of course tell your friends too, I assume.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah, those guys.
those
One
guys.
except for
tell them.
Daniel.
So is Talga the one holding the rope leading him?
Think I
All right.
I can carry it if I need to. I'm fine with that.
I
Since
don't
I'm
care
probably gonna
who's
be
doing
behind.
it, just somebody somebody lead it.
I'm gonna give it to one of the kobolds.
Yeah.
Just have them lead you around for a while.
Thanks.
This is your pet human.
All right. They.
Several pet humans.
I just clicked on the group of them and I'm moving them along because I don't feel like
Mhm.
moving them individually. All right.
I'd kind of like to be like between them all.
Okay.
You know. I know we can't really have that, but I'm just
So wait,
saying,
you're gonna
like,
just
in
make
terms
a meat
of
shield around you.
what?
You're gonna have
Yes.
a meat shield.
In terms
I'm
of
squishy,
manticore
okay?
spikes flying at your face.
I am
How many hit
squishy.
points do you have?
Give me a second. 21.
You have more hit points than I do.
Okay, well, we're both squishy then.
I'm gonna hide behind you next time she goes down.
All right, Raine, what are you doing?
I'm turning my mic back on, and
Please do. Join in the hilarity.
yes. Okay, I'm moving back down this way, and around the corner, and I'm gonna gesture for them to come forward because let's get the shot on the road.
All right.
As they get close, Wanda's got her silence spell, right? So
Yeah, she's got it at the ready.
okay, I'm like so we're gonna go around this corner here, and we are going to be able to find our pregnant manticore, assuming she hasn't moved. So we're gonna need to have a silence spell ready.
Okay. Wanda's like, all right, I got. What's my signal?
Gonna wait for everybody else to catch up, right?
Yeah.
I was about to say, I can't move until Talga moves, so.
Talga, go clank, clank, clank.
yeah, I'm clanking. I'm trying to not clank so hard.
Wanda's like, do we need silent spell on her?
Maybe. Okay, so okay, just what
Wait,
I'm gonna.
do all clerics have silence?
They have to
you had
prepare
had
it.
Okay, so we're saying, so just out of curiosity here, if Talga hadn't been passed out drunk, she could have silenced the kobolds that did the warning, but then we wouldn't have known that we were walking into a giant kobold cult, and we would have
Well,
definitely
the
died.
problem is
But
the
I
silence
just-
spell is a 3rd level spell. I don't know if she has 3rd level spells yet.
I do not.
Oh, I didn't know it was 3rd level.
Second level.
I was assuming it was low level since I figured our NPCs were low level.
So okay, I'm just gonna have.
That's why you don't have ale for breakfast.
Okay, so me and Wanda are gonna move forward, and
Alright, so we're just like blowing all of our spells at Bregos.
if we have to.
Okay.
And you never know, she might go down easy between our. I mean, as soon as Wanda casts probably a light spell, and then everyone else rushing forward and killing her might not have to.
Yeah, Wanda was pursuing.
Waste too much.
I can get that thing from pretty far. So just tell me when you need me to go. Yeah, I can. Yeah, she's like, if I see it, I can cast it.
Okay, so we see Prego.
All right.
They go.
Prego is currently sleeping.
Oh.
There is another dead kobold, kind of like she's hugging it, kind of like a teddy bear.
Aw.
It's missing an arm. It's very clearly dead. But she seems to be sleeping. She seems to be snoring away. As says the percentage die.
Okay, so
How far away is she?
About 60 feet.
okay, so
Okay.
yeah, it's,
Yeah, she's right at the end of the cave
I-
next to that blue egg cluster at the rear back corner.
Okay, so are we charging in? Is this it?
we're silencing her, and I think because not gonna go down quick enough. So yeah, let's silence
Maybe you
her.
want to
And,
wait for like the rest of us to catch up.
well, that was the idea. So,
Move, Talga, move! Thank you.
Alright, so they all follow.
There's
Sorry.
only so much we can do.
Alright, the trap doesn't fall. Hold on.
okay, so
There we go. They fall. Alright.
move on to signal Wanda to move forward and cast silence.
Alright, so she twirls her hands a little bit and she points to the creature and okay.
Okay.
It's sleeping, so yeah. Alright, and she's like, alright, it's done. Let's go."
Does deafen does that initiate combat, or can we move forward and then attack?
She doesn't seem aware that anything's been done. If the creature is aware, she's still sleeping.
Are there any other kobolds in the area
There's-
that Raine can see?
There's only one more kobold in visible range. It's near this egg cluster right here. And it looks like it's just looking around at the eggs, tending to them.
I actually did not mean to cast that.
You
I'm
craft
sorry.
chromatic orb. You annihilate the party.
What?
She said you annihilate the party
Yeah.
because you cast.
You're all
a
dead.
chromatic
Roll new
orb.
characters.
I call dibs on barbarian.
I was
You're all
trying to
barbarian.
find my spells. I'm really sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, so so is the kobold within the silence spell or no? I don't know how far that is.
Actually, let me see. Yes, he is.
Okay,
And for a moment, he taps on the egg, and he looks very confused. And then he looks up, and he sees a very old lady pointing at him. I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Yay.
Hold on.
Yay.
Hold on. All right.
Yeah.
Now you guys can roll initiative. Just click on your token and roll initiative. I'm gonna roll for. All right. I need all the character sheets here. Fuck it. Everybody. All these guys. All these fuckers are gonna go at the same time. I can't keep track of 6 initiatives.
Nah.
Oh wow, that was pretty good actually. That was a 19
Oh, jeez.
for once.
They can't do shit, though.
Okay. Descending. At this point, the kobold's like, what the fuck is going on? And he rolls that. 15.
Now, have we gotten surprise, or...
You got surprised right now. You have like a
Okay.
split second before he...
I would actually like to cast Chromatic Orb on purpose this time
Okay.
at the Manticore. And I'm going to, since they don't have any vulnerabilities, I'm just going to stick with my favorite, and I'm going to go with
That is not chromatic orb.
that's not Chromatic Orb. See, this is why I was finding my spells earlier.
You cast Featherfall. For some reason, the kobold's like, what?
Yay!
Yay! Oh, that's
Ooh,
good.
I'm just going to stick with fire.
Okay,
And-
fire.
Fire at the Manticore.
Okay. Immediately, as soon as you cast that spell, there is an orb of fire that seems to... Where is Chromatic Orb? I just had it. Where it's...
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have the attack roll show up.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, so what is the attack roll?
do you want me to just roll it again and just not take the damage from it?
You could just tell me what you rolled.
I don't know what I rolled because I
Oh,
don't know how to
then
see that.
just roll.
There's a 14. Is
A
that-
14 does hit. That's you just hit it, and as soon as the whirl of fire hits this creature and scorches its fur, it wakes up and tries to roar, but can't. I now have to roll an initiative to you know what? Okay. Kind of sleepy too, so I'll go over here. Yes. And she'll go next turn. Alright. Yes. So Prego will go. Wanda is going to look at her spell list. And she's got. Okay, so she's going to cast Vicious Mockery.
Sure.
And she doesn't hit. She doesn't hit because dice suck. But she does start moving in. What's her face? How far can what's her face move? Okay, 30. Cool. Poppy immediately double moves, so she'll go here. And then no, that's Poppy. She'll go here, and then she'll run that way. She'll run over there. The two archers are gonna get over here. Yeah, right there. Two archers are gonna go over there. No.
Excuse me, pardon me. Sorry. Pardon me.
They're
Jocelyn
running. And Daniel is also going to take a double move. Going there, and then wrong point. Going there. Okay. Just full head rushing. Is there any light casted currently?
No.
Okay, so it's dark. The archers are gonna take wild shots shots at disadvantage. Alright, nope. Oh wow. That actually hits. But it's silent, so they don't hear it anyway, so no. Okay.
Maybe the still on
Talga.
fire.
No idea if it hit.
No idea if it hit. A shot went wild.
They're
Okay.
just hoping.
Alright, they're just hoping at this point. Talga, it is your turn. What would you like to do? I'll put the
Alright, she's
manticore
gonna
on
rush
you.
in there.
Alright.
She's not gonna be able to reach the manticore because these tiny dwarf legs.
Yeah, tiny dwarf legs.
Probably gonna make it to right about there on a double move.
Okay. The manticore is not the manticore. The kobold is going to fearfully run towards the manticore. At this point, the manticore is going to not do
Chop
anything.
off its head.
Alright.
Bite off its head. Needs a
Raine,
little
it is
snap.
your turn.
Okay, let's see. How far? Okay, I'm going to move at least 15, 20, 25, 30. No one around to give me advantage, unfortunately. I am going to throw a dagger at the kobold.
Okay. Go for it.
Usually works pretty well.
Usually works pretty well. Okay. As the kobold runs into the manticore's arms, there is a dagger that sticks out of his back, and it just falls face forward in front of the beast. Tilda, it is your turn. It is dark.
I know.
It's really dark.
I understand.
It's so fucking dark.
Question
Yep.
for you, my friend, my DM.
Yes.
Is there like a little alcove here? Just quick.
I
black
should
area
show
is?
the rest of it now. There you go.
Oh, would you look at that?
All right.
Ooh, I would like.
I still can't see it, but
No.
I'm happy you guys can.
I still have a bonus action, so I'm just gonna kind of like hide over
Yeah,
here.
just
I'm
go
not actually
hide.
hiding,
Just go
because I'm
hide. Yeah.
So question for you,
Yep.
DM. Now, the magic missile, you could say it's made of force damage, and it
Never-
has a little light
Yeah.
when it expels. Could you say that I could use that light to like direct it towards the manticore?
Well, technically, magic missile never misses.
I know, but it says it has to be at a creature I can see.
You can
within
see.
range.
Yeah, you can't see.
I thought as much.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to.
I mean, you get one as an object, because that'd be tossing the. Oh, I can't toss your focus. Never mind.
Yeah, no, I'm not tossing that shit, man. I'm gonna run actually up to. Hang on.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to here and then here. Give me a second.
Mhm.
And I guess I'm gonna.
Just wildly cast light into the dark.
Well, I was gonna try to like cast it on, Poppy's shield or something like that, but then they went before me. So, you know what? I'm just gonna stick around here in the dark.
Okay.
Just pick up a
I'm
pebble and
actually
toss
gonna-
it.
Actually, wait a second. My flame thing hit the manticore, right?
You're right. This
Oh.
chromatic orb does stay, doesn't it?
Well, it's a fire damage. So did it like light up the area? Like, are there still like some lingering maybe flames on her fur or anything?
Probably.
It doesn't say it ignites, but
Probably.
it's fire damage.
It's
If
fire
I can
damage.
see the glint of fire out in the darkness.
DM's choice.
Yeah, I know.
Obviously.
DM's decision.
Let's see. I'm gonna roll my happy or sad die. I have a happy or sad die. It's happy, so you get to do it.
Yes.
Okay. This die depicts my mood. My mood is go for it.
Yes, and it's within range, so I'm gonna cast magic missile.
Okay. So it's already taken 11. Alright. Can't go
And
this
1,
turn.
It took
2,
17
3.
damage.
Alright, nice.
Damn.
You
that's
just
not
did
bad.
13 damage, so add that. Alright, at this moment, this creature is, and at this point you see like with little bits of force, the force from your magic lightens she is huge, like she is very very pregnant, almost as big as the manticore you had fought outside, but it's very clear that she looks like she has a little trouble moving a lot. It's not her turn because this is a surprise round, so Byrn, it is your turn.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus.
You know,
I'm
it's
just
not
thinking
very good to give me ideas.
Seriously, you just gave her an idea.
That was the most horrifying thing I could think of.
I'll use that for another time.
Yes, do it for the people with the beans. Try to get back at them. I am going to. So okay, can we Like, does she look? You mentioned that she can't really move.
Yeah.
Does she seem to have like sustained some damage? Does she look still pretty?
She looks hurt. She looks hurt at this point.
Okay.
Her fire is singed. She is now currently trying to stand up.
Okay. I am going to look at my spell list.
Are you crying?
How many of those do I have? I've got 4. Are there any other living things in this room?
Currently no. Besides you guys.
Okay. Well, alright, yeah. Okay. So twinning the spell wouldn't matter because it is not... I'm gonna go ahead and cast Scorching Ray.
Okay.
So that is 1, 2, and 3.
Alright, the last 2 do not hit, but the first one does, so she takes more damage as there is a streak of fire that collides with her chest. I just need to look up one thing for the group that's coming up. Fuck. Alright, that sucks. So where is Wanda? Alright, cool. And Wanda is going to cast a light on on her rapier. And she is going to start running forward. Yep, over there. And then using the light, Poppy is going to start making a beeline for the manticore. And she is going to attempt to whack it upside the head with her maul. And she misses because she sucks. She runs at it, and it just kind of, even as big as she is, she can't connect. Talga, it's your turn.
Alright, I think I can make it. Maybe. Sure.
Wait, what about the others? The archers and the...
Oh, they're. Oh yeah, the archers. Archers come up.
And Daniel.
And Daniel. Daniel's working on it. They'll go over here. You can move past them, Talga. They're gonna take 2 pop shots. One's a miss, the other one's a hit, and you take 9 points of piercing damage. Plus 9. Daniel is going to move up. Right there. Oh, up there, yeah, moving through her. And then Daniel is going to take his, where did it go? His longsword. He's going to attempt to hit her across the face. Doesn't with an 8. Alright, now it's Talga's turn.
She's just gonna double move because there's no charge anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Right up
But you
there.
look very menacing right in front of her.
She's like,
surrounded
I'll
by
get you
Yeah.
one of these days.
the kobold's dead. Raine, what's up? Would you like to sneak
Hey.
attack?
Yes, I would. So I'm going to move up. And we're going to attack the
Tiny
dagger.
dwarf legs, yes. Unfortunately, that does not hit. You stab. Is it advantage?
Don't I have advantage whenever there's someone when
Oh, you're flanking, right? You have advantage. Alright, so you come up, you hit. I keep on forgetting flanking because people don't use it that often, as they should. You stab her in the back. She looks like she tries to roar, but you don't hear. You guys don't hear anything. So that's plus 8. Did you roll sneak attack as well?
this
I see an 8.
no,
Yeah.
no, that's just a
Yeah, so
So
roll sneak
I'll
attack.
roll
That's only a
additional.
d4. Yeah. All right.
Ooh,
4 more
nice.
damage.
And then,
Good job.
She's looking really rough.
and then I can do a bonus attack, right?
Yep.
With the dagger. Uh, this would be -4 because you don't get your bonus, right?
Right.
Ooh.
Yep.
I scratched it on the
So
back
you
a little
go
bit.
up first dagger in the back. You know, you drag it down. Just through its side. Second dagger, as she twists in pain, you try to stab her on the other side and completely just catch air. Tilda, what's up?
Wait, I still got advantage, don't I? So I do damage.
You do 5 damage, and then it just turns around and scrapes her.
Well, I shouldn't get. I don't get the 4 dex bonus, right?
Right, you don't get the 4
'Cause-
dex bonus.
So I'm fighting for that 1 damage, man.
Okay, that 1 damage. Oops.
So it's magic missile again.
Okay.
10 damage in total. Not bad. It's okay.
Okay, that's fine. I gotta clear this thing because it's reading null on my thing. 64 plus 2 more damage to 64. Okay.
Yeah, because I can see it with the light.
Yeah, the light. So everybody just rushes up all at the same time. You know, Poppy tries to hit her across the face, doesn't seem to work. Talga just rushes up and gets into her face. The creature is still, you know, scorched from scorching ray, chromatic orb, has a couple of dagger runes in her, and then finally, you know, Tilda releases several bolts of arcane energy, and there's a moment where the creature
Oh, no way.
braces herself in pain and just glares at all of you before slumping down in her little makeshift nest and dies. At that moment, Wanda drops the silence, and you know everybody is pretty much smiling. You know, a couple fist pumps in the air, coming from a few people being quiet still.
Can I kick the corpse?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yes. I'm
You have to
gonna kick
run
the
up
corpse.
there.
The light is
Good
still
point.
on. Wanda's kind of. Oh God!
Oh, God,
why?
no. Nick.
Ah.
No, no,
I said
no.
no.
Wanda kind of just leans against the wall, kind of like, you know, half cocky grin. And she says, "See, I told you we would be okay."
So, egg smashy time?
You see Poppy looking through the eggs, you know, just examining them, and she. Oh wow, that's a good roll. Um, she's inspecting the eggs, and then she waves. She waves you all towards one of the clutches of eggs, and you know she points to a slightly a cluster of eggs that look white as opposed to the blue gray. Smaller in larger in size, and Poppy, you know, scratches her head and says, I don't think these are kobold eggs. And she points to a smaller cluster next to her.
What
Well,
do
what
you
are
think
they
they
then?
are?
Well, they're bigger than the kobold eggs, and do you know how Wanty produce? And Wanda's like, Wanda walks up to you guys, light on, still on her scimitar, just looking at the cluster of eggs, and she's like, well, I think we gotta get to smashing, at least, especially on these guys. Yeah. I don't think we want. I, I don't know what a wanty egg looks like, but I think it's a good idea if we just smash everything in this room right now. I don't know what these are. They could be wanty eggs. It could be a different type of egg. Definitely, I don't want to. I don't want this to linger long enough for us to find out.
Okay, so hold on a second before we start smashing. How big are the eggs that we can't identify?
They are about, I would say, this big, so about the size of two of my heads, I guess.
Okay,
about the
that's a
size of a
standard
large
measurement.
watermelon. Sorry.
Okay, alright guys, so I want to smash these, but it'd be really good to know what they are. And if something hatches out of it, how deadly is it within the first, 5 minutes? Come on. So, I say we keep one of them and take it back with us to see if Varis or anyone in town, like any scholars or elders or something, know what it is.
And if it
Just in
hatches
case.
before we can get the egg to them?
How about we lower
Then-
it into the pit trap?
Then, guess what? We will know what it is because we'll see its little body or baby, whatever. I mean, how
I
dangerous
don't
is a
think it's worth
5-second-old literally anything?
A Tarask hatches out. No. I'm
Why don't we
scaring you
just,
too much already, aren't I?
I don't
Please
think it's
lower
worth
it
the
into the pit
risk.
trap. If we have time to get it on the way out, good. If not, then at least it's not gonna come right back at us.
I mean, okay, because here's the thing. If it's a dragon or a Wanti, then Varys might need to know that there's, a mating pair, especially if we only find one of them. But if it's just, some really weird albino kobold, then fine, no harm done. This could be, really important. Or it could be nothing. I don't know. Maybe we can just make a really big-ass omelet. Like the biggest omelet ever.
We already have something that is following, that we already have an animal traveling with us that I'm deeply uncomfortable with.
I'm not saying we're going to adopt it. I'm not going to take it back to the inn and sit on it. I'm going to show it to somebody and be like, hey, you know what this is? And then they're going to say,
And what
yes,
if they
and
can't
then we're gonna
identify
smash
it? What happens when it hatches?
Smashy.
Why don't we
Smashy
just smash it now? And we can describe it to someone later.
Okay, alright, fine, that works too. If only I had a cell phone to take a picture.
What is a cell phone? What is a selfie? I don't understand.
I didn't say I was going to take a selfie.
I know. But
Take a selfie with the egg.
Selfie with dragon
first,
egg.
let me take a selfie.
One that says, we don't have to smash the egg. We could just break it open and see what's inside. If it's already a thing that's being formed. It's not going to live outside the egg.
Okay, not it. I tap my nose, not it.
Not it.
At this point, Poppy's like, oh, fuck this.
I had sisters too. I understand that.
And walks up to one of the eggs, takes the mallet. Alright, so you just want me to crack it enough so you can see what's inside. Right, guys? Is that the plan?
Fine.
Alright.
Okay, I have a quick question.
They're good.
How
Yeah.
likely is it that this egg contains, death itself, and we crack it, and then we all die?
I call dibs on barbarian.
Alright, that's cool.
Alright, she's
Hit
gonna
it.
try to... Okay, she doesn't... Alright, so... And
She
What is
taps
the
it.
AC of an egg? Come on.
Alright, she hits it, and it cracks at the top, and okay, so I made a little indentation. She takes her claws, she puts them inside the on the sides of the hole that she just made, and she just rips. Inside, out spills what looks like a for lack of better terms, a human fetus with scales.
Oh.
Oh.
Tilda looks
Uh,
away.
Yeah, Poppy's
Bryn
like,
throws up.
well, does anybody have, I guess, does anyone have prestidigitation? I need to get my hands clean.
I prestidigitate, but I'm still kind of looking away.
Okay.
Like I just kind of cast the spell towards her
Thank you very much.
and hope it hits.
Well,
Okay,
well,
so
that
now we know
answers
there's
that question.
now we know there's at least 2 1T. See? Good to know.
Should we smash everything else?
Smash it all.
yeah.
Dear God, smash it all.
Alright. At that point, they just go to town. Alright, I think this is a good place to stop. Yeah,
As we hear a roar coming from the other tunnel now.
I know.
you don't hear anything coming from the other tunnel.
They have a psychic connection, apparently.
But that went smoothly.
Yeah, I only used 2 spells too.
Same. So now we move to level 4, right?
You know how long it took my other guys to reach level 3? To level 4.
I was about to say to reach level 3?
Oh, to level 4.
To level 4.
You know they're on
I
their
don't know.
21st game, right? they're just hitting level 5. And I do XP for those guys. I have a rough idea when you guys are gonna reach level 4.
Fine.
Fine. Long-term campaign, people, get over it.
I'm just joking.
DM, take
You
it
know that.
away.
Yeah, no.
Um,
And suddenly the
sad
manticore's
die.
free
Alright,
to life.
so I don't do dungeon crawls very well. Alright, so I guess the next game will be in the 13th. Is everybody cool with that? Of May.
Let me look at my calendar. I think that it's fine. I'll have to double check. I know that I'm... Okay, no, that's not the week that I'm gone. There's a week that I'm out of town, but it's not that one. I think it'll actually land in between. Woo!
Alright, cool. Alright. Too bad Sam couldn't be here.
Mm.
Oh, she probably would have been crying. We opened the eggs.
Maybe
Open
it's
the-
best that she's not here.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's best.
Alright.
Or better.
Alright, I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. I gotta get something to eat.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Thanks for the game.
Thank
Yep,
you. Thank
thanks
you
for
for
running.
coming.